What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Oh my word!
Tops for the screamer. What a finish from Leonard. But there is no problems here for Robert Thornton.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
And it is.
And sometimes it's the biggest moments that make
You got to be kidding. Oh, that's cruelty from Neil Duff.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we're taking a little bit of a break from Super Series darts. Yes, it is lights, camera, action as we get ready for Double Trouble 3 here in Portsmouth. Robert Thornton is the defending champion. He beat Ted Evans in a thrilling final 3-2 back in September to lift his first title in this particular building. He'll be going for title number 2 come Saturday night, but we've got a very strongly assembled lineup trying to knock him off his perch. And we've got a strong lineup in the studio because Matthew Edgar is here with us. And first of all, change of format. Now, obviously, the main one is the double in, double out element, but also it's best of 5 this week too. So something a little bit different to the norm, which maybe for a lot of the experienced campaigners here, the likes of Andreas, the likes of Neil, it's just something a bit different compared to maybe what they're used to.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be different. It's going to be more cutthroat. It's going to be more ruthless. But I was just watching the graphics at the start of the show there. And do you know, I think sometimes we may be a bit guilty here at the Super Series of, should we say, over-egging something, but I think we've undersold that when it says, is this the best line that we've ever seen? Question mark. For me, this is the best line that we've seen, no doubt. And then when you put them over a short format, you chuck in the double start, I think we're going to potentially have the best week we've ever had here. And that includes Champions Weeks.
That is the lineup. And I suppose there's that mixture of, look, you've got the star names and that star quality, but they're players that are doing things now. Ross Montgomery won a World Championship a couple of weeks ago.
Ted Evans is great in form. Steve West, one of the most successful players we've had here at the Super Series. Keegan Brown just dropping off the Pro Tour. There is so many stories, and that's coming in at the back end of the week. So just think what we're going to get from this Group A campaign as well. There's no benefit here this week in regards to can I get into a Group B or C in regards to the players you're going to be playing. So you've got to go for that mathematical advantage. Whoever wins Group A this week has got a huge advantage in the fact that they get that automatic pass and that ticket through to Saturday night.
Robert Thornton's defending his title, but it was Neil Duff that won the first edition of this competition. He beat Jim McEwen to win it. And interesting, he's been speaking this morning about how he feels double in, double out is his format, what he feels like his strong suit.
It is a completely different game. Some people love a little bit of the double start. Some people hate it. You know, and you get those different conversations going around even in regards to the professional game when you look at events like the World Grand Prix, which is a double start, double finish event. Some people love it. Some people have never played it before. You may get this in your local. Some leagues will have a season or a summer league where you play double start, double finish. But other than that, there's not really anywhere you can go and play this format. Certainly not at the top level. There's no other event other than the World Grand Prix where you get to have this double start format. It's not like we have Pro Tours or Opens where occasionally it'll be double start. So it's going to be alien. And I think we're also going to get the old classic where someone forgets and starts on the treble 20.
Well, last time, the only player to forget to go off on a double was a commentator here. Yeah, Scott Mitchell. Robert Thornton is the defending champion. Now, in terms of what he's done elsewhere, he is slightly out of form. I think he'd be the first to admit that. But could the double start element actually be a leveller for Robert?
I don't think form line comes over when you're looking at double start because it feels like a different game because you're playing patterns. You're playing blocks of 3, obviously, because you've got 3 darts per visit, and you're playing blocks of 3. So you multiply those 3 by 5, by 6. And what you do is you get caught in those sort of patterns where you go out and breaking blocks of 6 and breaking blocks of 5. And when you start breaking blocks of 6, you know you're not playing at a professional standard because you've dropped under an 83 average. So with double start, you don't have that. You don't have the patterns. The patterns are broken, which breaks the psychology. I don't think form line matters too much when you come into these sort of events. And we've seen that over the years, how this format either brings someone to form or gives you a surprise winner.
And it is quite the lineup in Group A. Every single player in this lineup has won a major title, a major televised title in one code or another. Andreas Harrison won his here. He beat Cam Crabtree in the final. Neil Duff, the 2022 WDF World Champion, he beat Thibaut Tricol in the final. Robert Thornton, twice World Senior Champion, but perhaps relevant as well for this week, he won the World Grand Prix. Leonard Gates has won 3 seniors major titles. Steve Beaton won the BDO World Championship, beating Richie Burnett in the 1996 final. Simon Whitlock, World Championship runner-up, European Champion, World Cup Champion, also has relevant form in the Grand Prix. When you look at the players' records in this, and you particularly look at the big names, that they've all gone deep in it. Simon's lost a final, Steve's made a semi-final. Look, it's not relevant form to now, but it's relevant to the fact that they've had success there previously.
Yeah, experience and quality is what this week's all about, and I said it's the best lineup I think we've ever had, and certainly when you see sort of the achievements of the players and the sort of CVs of the individuals, and that's just one group. I think this is going to take lots of twists and turns. No one's going to dominate this field, and I think when you take a look at the odds, you can see just what it means. You look at people like Steve West, 11-1, one of the most successful players here. He puts himself in that conversation of people who are the best players without a tour card. Keegan Brown, just come off the Pro Tour, 22-1. There is value everywhere you look in regards to this week.
18 plus, gambleware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series. Right, game 1 is Neil Duff up against Simon Whitlock. Whitlock, a former World Grand Prix finalist that came back in 2017. Neil Duff, the first ever winner of the double start tournament at the Super Series. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with the pair to gauge their thoughts ahead of the opening match. Simon, welcome along to Double Trouble. How much are you looking forward to the week?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't played double doubles for quite a few years now. Double start, I mean. But yeah, it should be good.
Quite refreshing to get back into the format?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, can't wait.
Former finalists at the World Grand Prix, what were your memories of that particular tournament?
Probably the biggest one was Daryl walking back and shoulder barging me and losing. So yeah, but some very good memories. Just making the final was fantastic, and yeah, it was a good tournament for me.
Neil, welcome back to Double Trouble. How much are you looking forward to the week?
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. As soon as I seen the lineup, I kind of thought this is going to be a good one. It'll either bring the very best out in everyone. But yeah, Double Trouble is kind of my game anyway, so it is. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Is this the type of week and the type of line you can really get your teeth stuck into?
Yeah, this is one where you know you have to. I mean, I'm synonymous with being a late starter, so I've kind of been working on trying to get into my head where I need to just hit the ground running right from Monday morning, and yeah, I want to kind of just set the benchmark on Monday and not be playing catch up for them for the next couple of days.
And so, here we go then. Double Trouble 3 is about to get underway, and it gets underway with a meeting between Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff. Now, these two haven't really followed corners in terms of their professional career, and there isn't a head-to-head between these two in terms of professional play, but they do know of one another, mainly because Neil's been here a lot and does go to a lot of local tournaments. But for Whitlock, the 56-year-old from Australia, nicknamed the Wizard, was a semi-finalist here in Series 10, whilst Neil Duff won the first double start tournament here, now 52 years of age, from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland. The Duff man, the inaugural WDF World Champion. Amazing to think that that championship now was won almost 3 years ago. In terms of the betting, well, nothing to separate them in terms of winning this group. This morning they were quoted at 11-2 the pair to go on and win Group A. Owen Binks is the
First leg,
referee
it's
in
Simon
charge
to
of
throw
proceedings.
first. Game on.
First things first, Matt. Let's hope that they both remember the memo.
Tell you now, someone's going to forget it. Not this early, I don't think we're going to see it, but I'm going to make a prediction here. I think the first person to forget the double start rule is going to be Leonard Gates.
I don't think you'll get good odds on that, Matt, because I think everybody feels exactly the same, but both players unable to get off first visit. Now, Whitlock very much a 16s man, Duff very much a tops man when it comes to starting off legs.
I'm going to throw you under the bus, Mr. Deacon. Before we came live, you said someone's going to hit a 9-darter this week.
And I stand by that. I really do think the standard this week and the way that some of the players are playing, I do think that there's a possibility of a 9-darter. And shall I tell you the player who I think is most likely to hit the 9-darter?
Go on.
Andreas Harrison.
Well, I think a lot of it also depends on the starting double as well, because I will check with our referee Owen Binks for a bit of darts maths on this one, but I do believe if you start with the double 16 like Whitlock is, I don't think you can do a 9-darter.
Bullseye, double top, double 17 are the only 3 doubles you can go for, which ensures that the 9-darter is mathematically on. So
Whitlock's not going to be helping you out with your prediction this week, as anyone else who starts on that target.
Well, Duff will start on tops. Andreas, the last time he was here, started on tops. Although, if he doesn't have any confidence on that particular target, he isn't afraid to drift across to the 18s.
We talk about the very little places of which you can play this format. One of the places is sort of in your local leagues. And I played in a local league once where you had to nominate your double.
57.
And then in the Summer League, it got even worse. In the Summer League, the opposing team allowed to nominate double. So you always just gave them double 1. Yeah, double 1. It only gives them 2 points. So that rule got scrapped in the end.
First max of the week.
140.
Not quite, but it puts Whitlock in a fortuitous position in this opening leg between the pair. And these are the types of heavyweight clashes that we are going to see all week long. It's not really a game you look at on paper over the course of the next 6 days and you think, this could be a little bit naff.
59. Now you require 117.
Triple 19. We'll give him a dart at tops here for a breaker throw against Simon Whitlock in the opening leg. Pulls it a little bit low.
And so Whitlock looking at 96. He's going to go double-double here, but was unable to locate
56.
19 twice, and so Duff will look at double 10 to take the opening leg.
And
to take an opening break. And again, just another reminder, it is best of 5 legs, first to 3 the format this week, as opposed to the standard first to 4 that we tend to see during a regulation Super Series week.
40.
I had a bit of a chat with Neil Duff myself this morning and was listening to his interview as well, and he made a very interesting point. And that point was regarding sort of how this lineup will react with the players. Because all the players will know of each other, they'll know the quality that they've each got. They'll all know that they, on any other week, would be the headline act. Now, that's going to do one of 2 things. You're either going to come here and everyone's going to give us an incredible standard. Or they may just be a little bit wary of each other. And with that, it may just take a bit of settling time.
But when you look at the personalities and you look at the players that are in play this week, do you think it will add or detract? Because they look like a 6 that really will just be inspired by playing one another.
I mean, it's the old fight and flight mentality, isn't it, really? What are you going to get? And, I mean, you're someone who's used to a lot of flight in that scenario, Henry. How do you deal with that?
100.
Oh, I'm a definitely not a fighter. Definitely not a fighter. But Duff here, racing away into a 2-0 lead.
140.
And any breaker throw in this format, just like that he got in the first leg, is going to count for double in comparison to what we see during a usual week. And because it took Simon Whitlock 7 darts to get off
40.
in the leg, he bought himself a couple of visits worth of advantage in terms of the scoring stakes.
We've seen some examples over the years, haven't we, of people who have had
77.
many darts
Now we
to
require
get off.
121.
Missing 3, 4 handfuls of darts and then still coming back and winning the leg. Comfort is not something you
65.
want too often on the hockey. Like a little breathing room, but you don't want to feel comfortable. You don't want to get in that comfort zone. You always want to stay in that stretch mode, in that growth zone.
140.
So just
Now we
one visit
require
here. Now
56.
Neil Duff, who once upon a time in this leg felt real comfortable, now got 2 darts. In any normal
46.
situation,
Simon
2
Whitlock,
darts will
90.
feel like a lot. But when you feel you've got so much more,
Great guy for the treble. Unable to get. He has got the ball to break back.
65.
Wasn't too far away. So
Neil, you
Duff will look
require
at double
10.
5 to take a 2-0 lead.
No score.
For that,
Simon, you
straight
require
well wide into
25.
the 12. And Simon Whitlock, who for a long time in this leg looked completely out of it, has an opportunity to square up, get his break back if he can get double
Game
8.
shot the
And
second
that is
leg.
exactly what he does.
Simon
And that's
Whitlock.
exactly what this format can lend to as well. And there will be times
Third
this
leg,
week
it's
where
Simon to throw
we will
first.
see players
Game on.
stretch a big lead in legs, unable to finish the leg off, and their opponent pinches their pocket.
we're looking on the opening visit here for the first time.
35.
That's going to make him feel a lot more positive about the experience. We may see Neil Duff here change target
No
because
score.
he's really struggling for the height on those high doubles. We saw the double 5 pull low. He's pulled low on the tops every time he's been trying to close a leg out. It may be something that if that continues,
100.
it may see him switch away for a period of time. Always find on double start the easiest thing to do is look at that double 11. Just get that vertical line right. You can be
No
high, you can be
score.
low. It doesn't matter. You'll be getting in. And right now, Neil Duff needs to get in.
Well, Connor Scott, after he stopped trying to do the double 17 9
58.
data in double start, was looking at things like 11s and 14s. Just because you've got so much room for manoeuvre if you miss either side, and because it's central to the board, it helps players as well.
61.
Quite literally, it doesn't matter what double you hit as long as you get into the leg. Double 1 is as relevant as any other double in that respect. And particularly when you're in a situation
60.
where both players have tended to struggle to get out straight away. Both players only getting out first visit once so far in this match apiece.
180.
First maximum of the week, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more of those. That goes the way of Neil Duff and gets himself back into the leg. However, still behind the
43.
throw, but he's got an opportunity again here. Just one treble and some straight darts, and surprisingly, he'll be first down to a finish.
140.
This contest has epitomised the crazy nature of double in, double out darts.
$122. Now we require 120.
Duff looking at 120, and this very much is a visit within his range. Double top.
80.
Pitch just above the wire. The second
Simon
dart was just too
require
high
83.
for it to be any kind of help to him.
He didn't have too much confidence there in him actually getting around that one, the way he's been hitting tops in this game. Double 9 for Simon Whitlock.
Game shot in the
Finds it.
third leg. Simon Whitlock.
First holder throw in the game as well.
Full flag, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
And that puts him just one leg away. Reminder, best of 5, first to 3. Neil Duff persistent here on tops.
And that persistence
100.
pays dividends at the beginning of this leg, getting off second dart at a double.
Both players playing with different equipment as well, aren't they, here? I mean, we've seen
89.
Simon Whitlock tinker a little bit with the tungsten in recent times from that very unique barrel he used to play with, but Neil Duff having a bit of a tinker as well in regards to the darts. And tell you
45.
what, the Just a little bit of concern early on, something to monitor. The one thing you want is you want control over the dart. The angle of entry is the most important thing, and it's just inconsistent at the moment.
180.
Is this the right time, right tournament to be doing things like that, though, Matt?
Well, it's one way you could soon have your confidence dented, isn't it?
100.
Because there is quite a lot of sharks in this pool.
Well, Whitlock closing in. At times,
100.
has struggled to get away, but once he has been away, his power scoring has been quite decent.
$100. Simon, it require 132.
So Whitlock, 132 for the match. Oh, perfectly laid for another. Double 16. It would have been for a champagne
100.
start to the week.
Neil, you require 156.
Got to go, you fail here, Neil Duff. Another one of those. Would have given him a dart at the double 18, but this is the double that Simon Whitlock's been
100.
trying to get in
Simon,
on, so
you
we know he
require
likes it.
32.
Improving as the game's gone along is probably the story of that
shut
match
out
for
the
Simon
match.
Whitlock as he gets the
Simon
better
Whitlock.
of Neil Duff by 3 legs to 1 to kick off the week. For Neil Duff, work to do in terms of starting legs off, but Simon Whitlock grew into that contest. He's the first winner of the week. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton takes on Leonard Gates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Simon Whitlock got off to a winning start against Neil Duff at double trouble free. Next up for us, it's the defending champion, Robert Thornton, in action. He takes on Leonard Gates, 3 times World Seniors major winner. These two very well versed in World Seniors circles. But for Thornton, looking to defend his crown, not in the best of form. Early exit at the World Seniors. The 57-year-old from Saltcoats didn't make it through to Saturday night in his previous appearance. That was also at a specials week at the Legends League up against Gates. The 54-year-old from Houston in Texas was here last week, went out in the group stages. These two have a couple of big meetings between them. We'll delve into that over the course of this match, and we will delve into the meat of it in the company of myself, Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar. Prime time is primed and positioned to talk us through all of the action. And for Robert Thornton, he's the defending champion, but having not been in the best of form perhaps in a normal straight-in 501 format in recent times, maybe a change of format, something a little bit different, may just suit him a little bit.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, he kept getting through the Saturday nights here, didn't he, at the Super Series? He could never cross the line, and that was a narrative that was spun quite regular, and one he wanted to sort of break and not get in the habit of very early.
60.
And he finally got that break, he finally got a win, but that win came in a double start week. He's had success in this format before.
120.
I think the format suits him. When you've got something like Robert Thornton does, a secret weapon like he's got on tops, at one time was regarded as one of the best tops hitters in the world. But one thing he's got to do, well, 2 things. One, he's got to get that tops working. That tops works for him, it's a secret weapon.
40.
He'll get in, he'll get out. But the other thing is, he's just got to keep his composure. We've seen Robert Thornton react negatively to darts in the past.
41.
And we can see here from just 9 darts in already that delayed approach to the hockey, the sort of reaction to negative darts. And
47.
that just comes because he may not be in that vein of form, like you said. So he's sort of trying to feel it out, trying to expect, trying to hope, and you don't want to play with hope.
45.
Well, but somewhat of a coiled spring, isn't he? In terms of the World Seniors
60.
Championship for Robert Thornton, a tournament which he's won twice. It was exit to the quarter-final stages by 3-1 to Ross Montgomery. Of course, would go on to win the tournament. Did beat Darryl Fitton in his opener by 3-1 before losing by that scoreline. And he looks at 157 here to win the opener in a best-of-5 legs match as opposed to a best-of-5 sets encounter.
153.
Gates unable to take out the 153. 76 remaining. One of the issues Leonard has is because his darts
97. Robert, you're
going
58.
low and it's sometimes a little bit of a sat-down angle. It can be a little bit difficult if the darts are close to the wire to see whether they're in or not.
19.
I don't think you need an optician to see whether that's in or not.
Oh, Roberts was the call. I said that tops needs to be going. That's his secret weapon.
36.
Get another go.
Robert, you're required 39.
Very wayward darts there at the double from the pair. Maybe it's going to be like that opening game we just saw between Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff, where the players settle into it 20. As they go, because another slow start here.
Game shot the first leg.
Double 5 and gets over the line. Break a throw for Leonard Gates. But Neil Duff summed it up perfectly, didn't he, when he said
to throw first.
This is going to do 2 things. It's either going to bring the very best out of each other, where everyone's going to produce their best darts, or it may just take a bit of time because people are going to be a little bit wary. I think it's safe to say right now it's option 2.
No score.
Then they're very quick to move across to double 18. Thornton also has a tendency to move across to double 18 as well.
Score.
That was actually one of the key suits of his World Grand Prix winning campaign where, yes, Tots was incredibly good for him, but if he felt that plan didn't work, he would very quickly
100.
drift across to the 18s and by and large find that. Gets in second visit. Both players get in second visit. They almost follow each other's
80.
path so far in this match. It was Dart 1 and Dart 2 in leg 1 for the pair, Dart 5 and Dart 4 in this leg respectively.
81.
Leonard has played 1 full week leading up to this, so he's played a lot of darts, and that was on the back as well of
80.
the World Seniors Championship. Maybe not on a Monday morning, but is there a possibility that of all 6 players in this
97.
group, Leonard Gates may well be the one that could do with the 2 days rest more than anybody else?
I think Leonard's the sort of player, though, that just loves to play and to play as much darts as he
140.
physically can. He's one of those that sort of makes the most of all the systems. Certainly back home, you'll see him 1 week in the CDC, you'll then see him in a
44.
WDF tour, you'll then find him in the local open, playing a bit of cricket, a bit of soft tip. He's someone that just plays as much darts as he possibly can, so he's probably going to be loving the
70.
time here in the UK. But Robert Thornton is not going to be enjoying his time up there right now because there's a couple of things that are getting very evident. He's struggling for height on the tops.
171.
and he's going
131.
Lots of 5s. That maximum visit there for Leonard Gates could give
91.
him full
Leonard
control here if he
require
could convert
8.
these final 8 points.
Down for double 2.
4.
Doesn't
Will
go.
you require 40.
And so Thornton looking at tops to level up.
On the second leg.
Right in the middle, he
Robert
thinks, well, that's
Thornton.
how I do it. Back at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Robert.
And I just wonder
first.
whether,
Game on.
because there's so much focus on the double that gets you in, can that then have an effect in terms of the double to win the leg?
No score.
Well, Robert here, he'll be wondering what's going on. He struggled to get in. He then took it out first dart on tops. Thought, I found it now. And then struggles to get in again.
No score.
Both players, just like the last leg, unable to get in on visit 1.
$36.
Robert in play in this third leg. And the Gates also in play, but a couple of darts earlier has an opportunity to build up a lead.
64.
Don't know what's happening with dart 2 there. It was like he tried staying on tops. Did hit the flight on the way in as well, so suggestion would be on the evidence of how the darts
135.
landed, it looked like he was staying on tops.
Well, I know that we thought that potentially a player may forget to start on a double, but I didn't think a player would then think once they started on a double they had to stay on it.
180.
That'd be a new one, wouldn't it? It'd be old Yorkshire rules. Yorkshire dartboard doesn't have a treble ring. Doubles have a very, very small
140.
bullseye where all the wires come together.
$30.
So Thornton, 6 darts and 190 to turn this game around. Remember, Leonard Gates had a number of opportunities to open up a 2-0 lead in this
135.
match. And as quickly as he could have found himself on the hill, he could find himself 2 under behind and then have to save throw. But that's not the first time he has had a dart like that, which has clattered off the barrel of another and then gone into the 5 at a funny angle.
It was the flight.
45. Robert, you require
People
55.
tell me these really rigid flights are the way forward, apparently.
Beautiful guide. Surely just in off.
Games on the third
That's
leg.
exactly what
Robert
Thornton does to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
Fourth leg is Leonard to throw first. Game on. 40.
Gates off dart 3.
$36.
Thornton moves across to the 18s and he gets more joy as a result. So both players off with their third dart of leg 4. And Gates now in the scoring stakes looking to really move forward. But again,
121.
another ricochet off the flight into an errant target area.
It's about 4 now we've seen already. We're only into the fourth leg of the day.
180.
I do think there's a little bit more research that's needed in regards to these really heavy moulded sort of systems.
45.
Now, I think they're a similar pattern in terms of flight, but they're different flights compared to what he was using last week. He was
76.
tinkered just a little bit with the stem and flights at times during his Super Series campaign.
140.
Thornton's disappointed because he knows, yes, Leonard's on a finish, but he would have been able to have really made some headway if he could have found a big
39.
score.
Leonard, you
But
require
consequently, can only
155.
find himself on the big fish. Leonard will fill maybe 6 darts on 155, but now he bodges one once again into a straight target.
41.
And so the Fawn
Robert, you
here,
require
looking at the big
170.
fish to win his first match as the defending champion.
$45. Leonard, you require 140.
Maybe a bit of a let-off there, certainly for the psychological state there of Leonard Gates. Nowhere near on the switch.
98. Robert, you require
Just finding the last dart to
125.
bring himself down, but Robert Thornton a chance to get over the line here. Treble 20 for tops.
45. Leonard, you require
So this
16.
to take us all the way to a 5th and deciding leg. Double 4. And a
12.
failure to hit means that
Robert,
Thornton's
you
going to
require
come back
80.
for a match-winning shot.
This will give him 3 visits here to complete the 170, Robert Thornton.
It's double top.
60.
Match start missed. Head in
Leonard, you
hand
require
time for
4.
the defending champ.
Well, from 209, Robert Thornton's had 12 darts here to get the job done, and that's why he's frustrated.
Games on
Leonard
the
Gates
fourth leg.
stumbles over the
Leonard
line.
Gates.
Takes us into a decider.
5th and final leg, it's Robert to
Thornton's
throw
got to
first.
Recompose and regather quickly. He'll probably feel it should be job done, and when he reflects at the end of the game, it will be that moment. 209, 12 darts. If he is to not win,
120.
he will kick himself forward. That's a good, strong start. Forcing the issue with Leonard Gates.
No score.
And when a player on foe gets off to a start like that, you have to get off first dart. Or if you're getting off second dart, you need to hit the treble with a third.
95.
Nearly halfway through the leg here, Robert Thornton. Leonard Gates yet to get in. This is a real handicapped leg of darts.
56.
Now, Thornton's found something as the finishing line has approached in this last leg. Saving his best leg until last. That's his second match of the
180.
contest.
$100. Robert, you require 106.
Well, Robert, guaranteed 6 starts here. We'll be expecting a lot more. It's in his hands. It's his
66.
to lose. He's got all the time he needs, and he's on his favourite target after 12. Even a maximum for Leonard Gates can't bring him down to a finish.
180. Robert, you require 40.
Robert Thornton wants tops.
Game
And the defending
shot
champion
and
is off to a winning
Robert
start.
Thornton.
Robert Thornton gets the better of Leonard Gates by 3 legs to 2. Topsy-turvy affair, which swung one way then another. But Thornton there with a fist bump as he heads back down the stage. The way he's been playing the last 3 weeks, he could have done with a bit of a confidence boost. And he's got exactly that there, getting his campaign off to a winning start. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison up against Steve Beaton.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Double Trouble 3 this week on Pluto TV. Before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of the Gates by 3 legs to 2. And now we see Andreas Harrison and Steve Beaton go toe-to-toe. Andreas, of course, the former champion. Back in Series 7, did the 49-year-old from Malila win the title. He was a semi-finalist in the previous series, got through to the Champions Night. He was edged out by Darius Labanowski, who'll go on to win that particular tournament. As for Steve Beaton, well, he hasn't played in the main series yet in 2025, but it's his second go at a specials week. We said we'd see a lot of the Bronze Adonis this year, and already we get the treat of seeing him twice. He was a runner-up the last time he played at the Legends League.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
With his last 3 practice
Game
starts,
on.
decides to head for the bullseye. But it's Andreas Dirty Harrison's looking to be on target this week. The first ever Swede to play a double-in, double-out televised tournament. He played in the
60.
previous Double Trouble, and with no Swedes having played in the World Grand Prix, making more history for his nation as he gets off second dart.
36.
Steve Beaton, though, very experienced in regard to this format. Not only just to the fact that he's played many times in the World Grand Prix, but he grew up in and around the Southam
100.
area in Warwickshire, which traditionally is a very double start, double finish territory. And actually, they play
99.
401 on that format, so he'll be very, very used to the fact that he needs to be in quick, up and running, cutthroat format.
43.
Well, 16 appearances at the World Grand Prix during Steve Beaton's illustrious career. The best run was to the semi-finals back in
81.
2004, where he lost out in a last set, decided to Alan Warren a little 6-5. He actually ended up beating Chris Mason and Peter Manley
94.
en route to that particular semi-final at the City West Hotel in Dublin. The
58.
Humble home of the Grand Prix for so many years, and a little bit like Bolton and the UK Open. You talk about that particular tournament, you probably talk about Dublin even now.
180.
There's Harrison of his first match. This has been a really strong leg. 6 visit legs in this format. It's kind of akin to a 5 visit leg in a normal format, pretty much, isn't it?
Required 24.
Yeah, strong start this from Dirty Harrison. A bit of a dirty dart.
18. Steve, require
Chasing it around and
170.
quite a long way off there. He's left this a lot more tricky than he'd have wanted. Well, speaking of a long way off, that's a long way off for Steve Beaton as well.
100.
Andreas Harrison's angle of entry
6.
actually suits being down the bottom end of the board. See there, nothing in the way. Just build.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
He's one of those players, isn't he, Andreas Harrison, that maybe we didn't expect to see here at the Super Series.
Second leg, it's Steve.
Now, Steve Beaton hasn't forgotten about the double-in element, but he's forgotten about the stop clock here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now we'll head down for double 16.
No score.
If one target does not work, or a target is blocked, he will move away. Harrison persevering, but maybe a move to the 18s would be a better idea, and that was exactly what he did with Dart 3. We now move across to double 18, cannot find. And we are going to get legs like this week, where both players are going to persevere, but then struggle to get out. But Harrison Dart 4 into leg 2.
120.
Steve Beaton is the favourite to win this week, isn't he? But I had a little bit of reservation about him at the start of the week. Now, I have had the pleasure of sharing a journey with Steve Beaton just last year when we was on the way to Hildesheim.
95.
Steve playing in the Pro Tour over there, me doing a little bit of commentary work, and we had a chat in the airport while we was there, and he was saying about how he doesn't like sort of the earlier start. Certainly in regards to the Pro Tour, he didn't understand why it started at 12, then started at 1, and he still felt like that was a little bit early in regards to allowing people to
60.
get ready, prepared, and bring peak performance. So, what's he feel about a 9:30 in the morning start? Is that going to mean we're going to see some slightly slower starts from the Adonis?
He did play the Group A, and he dominated the Group A at the Legends League, so he has had experience of this earlier start, and he actually
62.
tried to draw parallels to his experiences at the old Championship League to try and prepare him for this. But a couple of misses there denies him the opportunity to level up. Harrison with an outside squeak of a 2-0 lead. Double 20 bull. Bullseye.
104. Steve, you've required
Just
8.
low. And so Beaton to level up. No mistake on the double 4, right in the middle of the bed.
Third leg is Andreas to throw first. Game on.
What do you think the future holds for Steve Beaton? We know that he's already made reference within interview that
59.
he could be tempted back into Tour Life. I think missing out on Ali Pali hurt Steve Beaton last year. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see him maybe have a year or two away doing things like the Super Series and the Seniors before going, do you know what? I want to have a crack at Q School.
I think the biggest thing is how the body feels. I think the mind is still very much there. Even though he's decided to step away from the top level, I think the mind still wants to win things. And maybe at
100.
this level, it's a little, not easier, but there's more of a chance to build up that CV and build up that resume towards his ultimate retirement from the sport. But I think the other thing you have to put into play is if he went back onto the tour, he'd have to commit to everything. He wouldn't be able just to pick and choose. And considering he's now moving into his 60s, is there a desire to go back through that lifestyle again, having done it for 35 years straight?
Well, the one thing he's got is longevity.
100.
Not many people do in this sport, and a lot of that comes down to that action, doesn't it? It's so simple and easy to replicate, very easy, not dropping onto joints.
97.
You see, he doesn't throw with full extension. Well, you're dropping on that elbow, dropping on that wrist, or onto that nerve. What Double 16 may get on his nerves here.
92.
Andreas Harrison looking
Steve,
to
you
go 2-1
require
ahead and a leg away
170.
from the match.
Being unable to get the 170 in, so Harrison will come back looking at double 8 to
94. Andreas requires 60.
put himself one away.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Andreas
it's all going with throw so far. 2-1 Harrison leads.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Now double 16.
32.
Found with dart 3, Stevie B.
$40.
Both players off last start of their first visit here in leg 4. Now, you said that for you had reservations about Steve Beaton being the favourite for the week. So in that case, who do you look at as somebody that you would pin down as favourite?
Oh no, I think Steve Beaton's favourite. I just don't think he is at the start of the week where the start time's early, like that 9:30 slot. I think we see the best of Steve Beaton as the week goes on. You know, we look at a Group C campaign, that starts at 1 o'clock. We look at a Group B campaign, it starts at 10 o'clock. I think Steve Beaton's going to be suited to a different start time. So I think Group A could be where he maybe just feels a little bit more vulnerable.
Well, the bookmakers had these two as the favourites for the group and for the week. On the start of play, Beaton was 13-5 with the bookies to win double trouble free. Andreas Harrison quoted the 11-2 second favourite.
100. Steve, you've required 90.
Beaton here has 6 on this 90 to level up at 2 apiece. 225s, needs double
70.
top. And he did do that the last time he was here at the Legends League. It's just a normal pattern of play for the Bons de Donis. And this is just a normal pattern of play for Andreas Harrison, hitting big numbers to pile pressure on opponents. Is it going to be pressure that tells? No, it's not, because Beaton finds that double 10 last start in hand, and we go all the way to a last leg decider again.
Fifth and final leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Got a lovely guide. He's got 2 lovely guides.
No score.
But able to get off first visit. Beaton's got an opportunity to pounce. Takes the opportunity. Straight in with the tops.
120.
Not the first perfect start, though, to a leg this week. Harrison off 5th dart. He's got work to do
100.
because Beaton's got off to a tremendous start against Fro.
Well, essentially, it's just like Steve Beaton's throwing first in this leg, isn't it? That's all that's the difference now. Andreas Harrison essentially got to break the darts, despite the fact that little mark next to his name suggests he's throwing first.
100.
And that is the leveller that comes with the double in, double out format.
125.
Really good last leg, this, from Steve Beaton.
A pattern we've seen in our opening 2 games as well, haven't we? Simon Whitlock, good last leg to win 3-1 against Neil Duff. Robert Thornton, good last leg to win 3-2 against Leonard Gates. Those experienced players with the Pro Tour experience
59.
when it comes to the last leg
164.
are stepping on the gas.
Treble 18 doesn't go, and so Beaton 102 for a 3-2 win.
Steve require 102.
And he's going to get a dart for the match. It's going to be a double 16.
86.
But it may not be a winning start for Stevie B. And so Harrison is going to get a match dart at tops.
60.
But dart 2 is just too low to be a guide for the last. And so Beaton looks at double 4 again. But he cannot get it again. But 2 is never lose. And Steve Beaton's off to a winning start at double trouble free. He beats Andreas Harrison by 3 legs to 2 to get himself up and running. The bookmakers had him as the favourite before a dart was thrown. And there are some signs as to that justification. Both players averaging above 80. The first two averages above that mark so far this week. In terms of actually getting off in legs, both players were okay. But the finishing stats, as you can see there, 2 from 10 and 3 from 11. But it's Beaton that wins 3-2 coming up after the break. Well, this is a tie we've seen a few times at the Live Lounge. Neil Duff and Robert Thornton, the two former champions, going head to head. Welcome back to the Live Lounge here with Portsmouth, where the first round of fixtures at Double Trouble 3 are being completed. And before the break, Steve Beaton got the better of Andreas Harrison in a last leg decider, 3-2 to kick off his campaign with a win. For Neil Duff, he's looking to get his first victory of his campaign. He lost out by 3-1 to Simon Whitlock in the opening game of the session. He takes on Robert Thornton, who towards the finishing line was beginning to hit his stride and beginning to hit the straps.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
He beat Leonard Gates in a decider.
Game on.
To kick off his defence of the title. These are the two Double Trouble winners from the previous two incarnations going head-to-head. Game 4 of the session.
60.
And there'll be nothing about each other that will not be unfamiliar for both Neil Duff and Robert Thornton, two veterans of the Super Series.
40.
I'd say it's two players that know what to expect from each other, but I suppose that's a narrative would spin in every single game, really, in regards to
85.
what we'd expect this week. Real good, familiar lineup.
180.
You said it earlier that you feel Robert Thornton needs to start well. I couldn't agree with you more. I think that is probably the first time I've agreed with you about anything as well.
83.
Robert Thornton, when you come into something and you've not kind of bringing the form with you, you need the dartboard to tell you you're playing well. You need that instant feedback.
140.
And he's getting it right now. And that's going to make him grow in confidence. And then the second you're getting that feedback from the board, you forget about all the recent form, the losses,
89.
the
Robbie, you're
misses. It all goes
141.
very quick and you go, found it.
91.
And he's really beginning to find his scoring boots here, Thornton. That's his third max of the day already. Remember, they're going to be truncated games this week, so finding a couple in a game,
81.
probably best of 5,
Robbie,
is
you're
going to be
50.
a very good mark as to where your game is at. And he's on for potential 14 darter to take leg 1.
10.
Spins the wire
Now
with the
we
last.
require
Duff with a
103.
outside chance here with this 103. Well, if he moves across just a little bit, he would have a go at tops.
43.
But Thornton will get 3 more at that target to get the breaker throw.
Game on the first leg.
Works its way
Robert
in.
Thornton.
And opens up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Off first dart. Really beginning to find his range
80.
here is Thornton.
No score.
As for Neil, we saw at times in his opening game against Simon Whitlock him take a little bit of time of getting off the mark.
92.
Robert will just be enjoying this. He'll be standing there watching his opponent missing.
No score.
It's giving him more and more freedom and luxury. He's already 180 points ahead. Just keep them straight would be the sort of plan here. Just chip
47.
it down.
But at this point, I should reference that
No score.
a player has never been brushed in a leg here at Double Trouble, i.e. they're still on 501 when their opponent has finished the leg.
100.
And if Duff continues his struggles here, the way Thornton's playing, there could be a distinct possibility that that record could be ended here.
No score.
One thing for sure, Robert Thornton's going to feel this leg's in the bag. And he'll be feeling like he's going to be 2-0 ahead here, a leg away from
60.
the match.
If Neil doesn't hit a double here, the possibility of a brush is on. Does he move across here? Yeah, he moves down
No
to the 16s.
score. Robert,
But if Robert Thornton finds this 1-2-2, we'll have the first ever brush in a leg at Double Trouble.
82.
You're going to have to get it now, Neil.
Persistent.
And even Robert
100.
Thornton cracks a smile.
Robert, you require
The irony is, in the previous leg,
40.
Neil Duff got off first dart.
Game on the second leg.
Thornton takes
Robert
leg
Thornton.
2. Much
Third leg,
to
it's
the
Neil to throw first. Game on.
laugh of Neil Duff. The pair exchanging a couple of pleasantries.
100.
And ironically gets in on the first visit on this occasion. You can just get in that habit as well, that pattern of once you start missing, you feel the leg's
60.
gone, so you don't quite have that same level of intensity.
Well, Robert's doing a good job of getting off first visit in a lot of legs so far today.
55.
Got off first visit in 3 of the 5 legs against Leonard Gates. Has got off first visit in each of the 3 legs that we've seen so far in this contest.
43.
Thornton, former
140.
World Grand Prix champion, defending champion of this, beat Ted Evans 3-2 in the last final in September. Was actually 2-0 down in that particular affair. But Ted
59.
Evans, from the point he built up a cushion, or as much of a cushion you can have in this format, was really struggling to
174.
get out and get into legs once he was on the hill. But it could be Thornton that may be in a bit of jeopardy from 2-0 behind.
135. Now you require 32.
Duff double 16 to get on the board in the match.
Games on the
14
third leg.
darter.
Nil Duff.
Back to 2-1. Much more like it from the Duff man.
Ironically,
Full
completes
leg
a
against Robert to
leg
throw first. Game
in less darts than it took him to start the last leg.
Thornton's really finding his range.
105.
First start again. First visit again.
$60.
So, Neil Duff starting legs in this game. 2, 17, 2-2. And look,
45.
because there's going to be a lot of games this week and the players are going to be playing a lot of games this week, they're going to have an odd, weird leg in terms of getting off.
100. $58. $140.
One thing you'd expect to see in a week like this is the maximum count being a little bit lower. That's because there's less legs and less opportunities to hit them because of
99.
the double start. However, every player hitting a maximum in their opening games.
100.
I suppose that just goes to show the quality that counteracts against the issue regarding to the opportunities. May look at the bullseye here.
100. Now we require 101.
Last start could have been on the ball 25, would have made life a little bit easier there for Robert Thornton.
85. Robbie, you require 94.
Well, we asked a couple of questions of the Fawn prior to the session getting underway. But if he can find tops, he goes for 2 from 2. The defending
Robert
champion
Thornton.
is going from strength to strength. There's a 3-2 win to kick off against Leonard Gates. There's a 3-1 win against Neil Duff. And for the double trouble 1 winner, well, he's now 2 defeats from 2 to kickstart the day. That the tail of the tape. Thornton a 3-1 winner. Coming up next, Steve Beaton against Simon Whitlock.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion, And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the defending champion Robert Thornton got the better of Neil Duff by 3 legs to 1, and so the Double Trouble 1 champion is in, well, the latter half of that particular sentence. Game 5 sees two legends of the sport go head to head as Steve Beaton and Simon Whitlock go toe to toe. One of the real perennial heavyweight clashes that you will see on that stage. Two players whose careers are of the envy of probably about 99% who have ever played the game. Steve Beaton, of course, the former world champion. Simon Whitlock, the former European and World Cup champion. Former World Championship finalist, of course, as well.
Game on!
Plenty of meetings between the pair over the years. They did have one last year. That was at Players Championship 10. And Simon Whitlock won by 6 legs to 0 on that particular occasion.
I know you like games, don't you, Henry?
Yes, where are we going here?
Pop quiz, pop quiz.
71.
How many more players can you name in history that have achieved what Simon Whitlock has? In regards to that, I mean the World Championship final. He has played in
45.
2, one at Lakeside, and one in the PDC. How many players do you know that have played in both a PDC and BDO/WDF World Championship final?
Does it matter if they won or lost the final? Just
being in those finals. There's not a very big list of them.
Taylor, obviously. Priestley, obviously. Van Barneveld, obviously.
60.
I can think of one more. Do get in touch.
87.
If I can think of any more. I've got another one.
We're not counting Simon in this, are we? One more apart from Simon.
That was the question, yes.
John
124.
Part,
yes.
Simon number 196.
Of course, won at 3 venues, 3 World Championships. It's double 18 for Whitlock.
64. Stevie Rockwan, 82.
And so Beaton here looking for 82 to take out the opening leg of this match. He's going to get one dart at double top.
62.
Unable to get, and so
Simon in Rockwan, 32.
Whitlock looks at 32.
Game on the first leg.
And he takes the
Simon
opening leg
Whitlock.
with a break of throat. Perhaps notable as well, we're just having a delve through their major head-to-heads, of which there is a fair few. No meetings at the World Grand Prix between one another. Whitlock off second dart
51.
in leg 2 of this contest.
No score.
How long do you reckon the players would have been practicing with the double-in format prior to starting this week?
Do you know, I don't think these
42.
players would have made too much of a difference. It is something I've researched. It is something I've spoke to a lot of players about regarding when they get ready for the World Grand Prix. Do they change their routines and practices?
80.
And it's very split. Some people do, some people don't. But I think we're dealing here with very experienced sort of senior players who I don't think would really tinker too much with the preparations
96.
to try and suit what they're ultimately going to play in here.
Definitely an interesting dynamic with Leonard Gates because he played at normal regulation Super Series week last week. So he's gone from one extreme to another.
Which is great preparation, isn't it? Being here for a full week on the Super Series. He made Saturday night.
81.
Probably disappointed with how it ended for him.
Beaton making a
140.
real surge here, leaving himself 101 after 12.
Scott Campbell picking up the title on Saturday, adding himself to the Champions Week Roll of Honour. Reminder, the winner of this week will not be going on the Champions Week Roll of Honour. This is a specials week. That's a special finish.
Second leg. Steve
That
Beaton.
is the first ton plus checkout of Double Trouble 3.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Beaton put Whitlock in room 101 there. Yeah, who could forget Scott Campbell's victory on
65.
Saturday night against Peter Wachuri and his Vuvuzela blowing massive.
51.
Well, Beaton off first dart, Whitlock off second dart in this leg.
Really did capture the imagination, didn't he, last week,
42.
Peter Wachuri? Not many people do. Not many people sort of generate their own mini fan club here in Portsmouth. I can only think of Jimmy Van Ski, who's sort of brought that level of interest and excitement here at the Super Series.
140.
There's a very unique feel about it Saturday.
$95.
Yeah, we did a link, didn't we, on stage before the final, and we've been there when it's been loud before. We've been there when it's been packed before, but there was a real sense and feeling of occasion when Wachuri got through to the final. But Beaton, well, he's been there, done it, won it on all the big stages, including the Lakeside, of course, most famously. But the Live Lounge isn't a place where he's won as of yet. Simon Whitlock's hit big fishes everywhere he's gone. He almost added the Live Lounge to the list of destinations where he's netted the 170. But Beaton's hot on his tail.
126. So I mean, if
Whitlock cannot find this 25. He's going to be finding himself facing the hill. And that's awkward. Shovels across. Cannot find a way through. And so
40.
Steve Beaton, with a couple of real power-scoring visits, has given himself the opportunity to move back into the lead of this match. And he finds double 10 and he leads 2-1.
Full flag, it's
Now
Simon to
both
throw
players on the
first.
stage
Game
have forgotten about the 10-second stop clock.
No
The
score.
I mean, this is how focused the players are, because actually on the screen where the scores are, there's actually a massive graphic that comes up at the end of the leg, which counts down from
40.
10 down to when they're able to throw again.
$71. $81.
This has definitely been the game of the day so far, and it just feels like maybe after game one, and look, there's a lot of novelty about the format and the
60.
doubling element. It feels like now the players really are settled into this format.
140.
And just settling into the day as well. it does take a little bit of time. A lot of players, certainly the players
60.
like Whitlock and Steve Beaton, who have just come off the Pro Tour, they're the sort of players at the minute who will be used to that sort of 3-hour preparation window in regards to peak performance. And if you're going to be getting that 3-hour preparation window for a 9:30 start, it means you've got to be here at 6:30, which we know isn't possible. The doors won't be open at 6:30.
59. Stevie Rock 117.
But he's got time here. He's afforded the luxury of a setup shot, and he used it well here. Leaves himself double 16 after 15. It's all about Steve Beaton at the back end of this game. He's looking good to get his second victory. 2 from 2.
Required 32.
Best performance of the day so far. Double 8. Playing like a favourite.
Steve Beaton.
Steve Beaton was the bookies' fancy before a dart was thrown this morning, and he is showing as to why. The best performance of the day so far, the highest average of the day so far. Really good performance that, in beating Simon Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Leonard Gates takes on Andreas Harrison.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is
79.
it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Level 20. It's
Game's
Scott
on,
Campbell,
and
the Brave.
And the Series 10, Week 6, Modus Super Series champion.
An incredible
Scott
moment for Scott
Campbell.
Campbell.
Once again, your champion, Scott Campbell!
So, we're midway through the Super Series. This isn't a Super Series week. This is Double Trouble 3. But we are midway towards Champions Week. Scott Campbell won on Saturday. This is the state of play in terms of the Champions Week leaderboard. Now, Scott Campbell is in charge in terms of the average. He's pretty much in Group A, barring anything dramatic happening. Shane McGurk, second on that list. He's got a very good chance of making Group A. Alex Small is also above 90. Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, Reese Robinson actually bottom of that list, which is probably a bit of a surprise. We'll probably see Reese in Group C. Spivey, Walker, maybe a Group B. We'll just see how the rest of the series pans out. But that is how the weekly winners have gone in terms of averages so far. Well, into Game 3 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I haven't seen too many stinkers so far. It's been a really good day's worth of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we're looking forward to seeing Leonard Gates and Andreas Harrison kick off the middle round of fixtures. Two players who have become staple names here at the Super Series. You could actually make an argument that Andreas Harrison has made his name in this building. Yes, we saw him in a couple of World Championships in the BDO/WDS system, but he didn't really pull up too many trees there, where here he has become one of the most recognisable figures at the Super Series. Former champion. He's had other close shaves, close runs as well. Well, what did I say about Andreas Harrison at the beginning of the day, Matt?
Well, you said that maybe a 9-darter.
And then if anybody's going to hit it, Andreas... Oh, okay.
Although I do think you went a little bit early there. Looks like your plan, though. Not only is Andreas Harrison
94.
Like he wants that 9-darter, he wants to do it in style. Wants to do it in a way that'll be replayed forever and a day.
100.
He's one of the people, isn't he, Andreas Harrison,
112.
that sort of tried to do the Connor Scott 9-darter.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Connor Scott could only dream of having a beard like Andreas's. Well, there's two beards to be feared in this group, isn't there?
81. Leonard, you require 71.
But is it going to be a close shave in this Group A? We'll find out over the next couple of days. Gates looking at 71. Tries to go triple 17 to leave himself double 10. He's now going to have a look at tops, and he's going to get the tops. 15-darter. Gates up and running.
Much better for Leonard Gates as well. He was well off the pace, wasn't he, in his opening game against Robert Thornton. Probably should have won that one, but lots of missed opportunities along the way. Just sort of allowed Thornton to stumble over the line. That a million times better from Leonard.
It
was very hit or miss from Leonard in that opening performance against Robert Thornton.
100.
Had a chat with Andreas this morning, got into the venue around about 8:15. Very much looking forward to the week ahead.
45.
So his only previous experience of playing double in darts was the last time he was here, where he played in Double Trouble 2.
100.
Where in that particular tournament
45.
he would make it through to the Saturday night, and he'd actually make it through to the semi-finals. He lost out 3-0 in the semis
100.
to Tedward Everts, who we're going to see later on this week in Group B.
55. Andreas, you reckon 160.
Could be some Group B, isn't it? Two players from here, and then the players that are joining us I think Thursday and Friday nights could be some of the best nights we ever have here at the Super Series. And like I said, we are guilty at times of maybe overestimating things, but I think we're underselling this week.
41. Andreas, you require 101.
So 101 for Andreas. Will he see Steve Beaton get this finish today?
Game
But Andreas
shot
is going to
second
add his
leg.
name to the list of
Andreas
players that have found
Harrison.
themselves in room 101.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on. 40.
You get the sense that Andreas would be the type of player to really relish this week, won't he?
No score.
I think Andreas Harrison's one of those that really want to test themselves against the best. And when you look at that right now, he's not got a tour card, so who are the best
57.
players without a tour card? And I think we found them and assembled them here this week. But one of the players that you maybe expected to get a tour card, wasn't he, at the start of the year? Andreas Harrison certainly was one of the big
40.
favourites going into European Q School, but ultimately with that, maybe one of the big disappointments of this year's Q School.
55.
And it's been a couple of years now where Andreas's name's been put into the hat in terms of getting a tour card, and it hasn't quite happened for him for one reason or another.
76.
Some people are like that. You know, they play amazing in other arenas and they struggle to get that tour card. And once they get it, then they start to play
59.
their best darts. And, you know, we look over the years. Jamie Hughes springs to mind, someone who won a European tour, but took him a few attempts to get his card. And certainly in recent times, look at the man who set pretty much all the
180.
records here at the Super Series, Darryl Pilgrim.
Well, Wesley Plaisir had to win it outright by winning the Challenge Tour, coming second, shall I say, in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He was one of the best players here in 2024. Didn't win a week, though.
135.
Andreas Harrison has won 4 in the normal format. Whereas I think Leonard may have just had a little bit of a moment at the table there, shall we say. But Harrison here looking to get the break, and if he breaks it, he has the
57.
darts to win the contest.
Ratio requires 70.
And this is what we mean by this best of 5 format. No sooner does it feel like the game has started, no sooner as to when the game could well be over.
30.
So 3 darts at tops for Dirty
requires
Harry
40.
to get the break and to have the darts to win it. Double 10. 2 5s.
30.
Not to beat. And so
Leonard,
Gates,
you require 118.
118.
$64. Andreas, you require 10.
Well, Gates has given Harrison the proverbial tap on the shoulder. Double 5.
Game shot on the
He's
third
finally
leg.
got to
Andreas
get the
Harrison.
break and to move 2-1 up in the match. And now
Fifth leg
Harrison
is
with the
Andreas
throw to
first. Game on.
claim his first win of the group, but it mean that Leonard Gates alongside Neil Duff would be languished at the bottom of the group.
60. No score.
So Andreas on throw, getting off second dart. Leonard unable to get off. So Andreas has got a real opportunity to
100.
really cash in on that advantage of throw that he has in the fourth. And to get this game won without a manner of
55.
fuss. And this is what we mean by the hit and miss nature sometimes of Leonard Gates. He kicked off the match with a 15 darter. But ever since then has been unable to really find that radar.
46.
Now just driving home that advantage.
140.
Nothing Leonard Gates can do now. This game is all about Andreas Harrison. He's got the lead on the scoreboard, and this is what the
60.
double start format will do.
Andreas
You'll see many legs like this
105.
week.
One-sided, not just this leg, but this match. Tots for a second, tub plus checkout.
Game
Fantastic,
shot and the
magnificent.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison with a big performance to get his first win on the board. Apart from one leg, he got off first visit. A couple of ton plus checkouts, a really good display, an average just under 84. For Leonard Gates, it was a match that kicked off with a 15 darter, but could not find that scoring power from that first leg onwards. Harrison wins 3-1. Duff and Beaton's next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Andreas Harrison got his first win on the board with a 3-1 success against Leonard Gates. So, we have played 6 matches in this group, 2 rounds worth of fixtures. Robert Thornton and Steve Beaton have won both of their matches so far. Andreas Harrison and Simon Whitlock with 1 win apiece. Whilst Leonard Gates and this man in your picture throwing his final practice darts, Neil Duff, both searching for a first victory. Now, These two played one another at the Legends League back in January, and they did have some really intriguing affairs. Neil Duff provided his best for when Steve Beaton was at the hockey. A couple of 99 averages against the Bronze Adonis, and at the time it looked like Neil Duff was the only player that was going to beat Steve Beaton as he romped through to Group A glory on that particular occasion. So we know the Duff man raises his game when that legend of the sport is
First
on the
leg,
hockey.
it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
But you get the sense that he's going to have to get going at some point, Matt.
Yeah, you can get cut adrift very quickly this week in regards to the league table because it's that
41.
I mean, Steve's laughing. I mean, maybe he didn't realise it was in. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen it here this week where someone's hit the double, then continue to throw at it. Henry, I'm going to say something that you never thought I would say. I'm a little lost for words.
Well, Steve Beaton is blushing due to the
136.
Sheer hilarity / embarrassment of it all.
59. Here we require
You can only assume he
170.
didn't think it was in, but it looked pretty... It wasn't like it was right on the wire, and...
It looked pretty clear cut from where we were, or the way that we've seen the pictures. But that's what the referee's there for. The referee's there as somebody that could be a helping hand to you in terms of seeing whether targets. We see it all the time from Ryan Searle because his eyesight isn't the best. He has to ask the referee a lot whether certain things are in certain targets. And that little mishap has allowed Neil Duff a free visit to the board here to take out the opening leg.
40.
Yes, there's a little bit of hilarity about it, and Steve has taken it in the right spirit. But that could be that little lapse in concentration that cost him the first leg.
Well, he threw one off the board and one in a single one.
70.
It could have found him down to a finish there with that last visit.
I mean, if he inadvertently hit tops again, he may have been in an okay position, a better position. But matters nonetheless. Tough one up, having taken out the 70 of tops.
To throw first. Game on.
That's in, Steve. And this time he does realise it's in the target.
So at least we can say it wasn't a tactical change.
Don't know whether that would have been tactical or insanity.
120.
There definitely is something about Steve Beaton, though, that brings the best out of the Neil Duff game. Admittedly, as well, at the Legends League,
98.
The first two times they played in the week was actually the middle round of fixtures, both times. It's a weird quirk of fate that, once again, they've been pitted in the same
26.
match pattern as they were in their previous appearance in this building, which was alongside one another. Must feel like darting Groundhog Day.
58.
You can get that sometimes where you just pull people on the same week. It happens as well on the tour events. I mean, how many times have we seen already this year where someone draws someone on day one?
100.
They play them again on day two. The odds of that happening are very, very slim.
Well, it's like on the development tour in a field of over 330 players, Cam Crabtree drew his
95.
brother Cody. Well, it's like that World Championship draw where Kim and Ronnie got one another.
95.
Weird things happen, and we shouldn't really talk about draws after the weekend, should we?
100. Here we require 160.
Duff looking at 160 to get the break in to double his lead, not to be this time, and so Beaton back for the square ton.
85. Steve, you require 100.
We'll stay there because the guide was good. Double 10.
90.
Just
Here
on
we
the
require
inside.
75.
But Duff didn't clean up that 160 in the way he would have liked. That errant dart into the single five has made this shot a lot more difficult.
63. Steve, you require 10.
And they're the chances that can give you a little bit of comfort
Game on the second
in a
leg.
format where
Steve
you don't
Beaton.
really get much of it. Break of throw opportunity
The
there
leg
for Neil
is
Duff,
Neil to
unable
throw
to cash it
first.
in.
Game on.
And that now makes these first 3 darts very, very important.
Well, he's got off first visit in every leg in this game, Neil Duff. There's certainly signs that things are improving.
No score. $140. $103. $60.
What do you expect to see from Steve Beaton at the Super Series this year?
I expect to see him win. I do. He's a favourite every time he comes here. That's because, essentially, he should still be on the tour. He's
41.
of that quality. The reason he's not on the tour is personal choice, not because of he's dropped off the rankings. Not because he wasn't good enough.
98.
Because he wants to experience different things as he comes up to the back end of his darting career. I expect to see him winning titles here. Anything less, I think, would be
60.
a bit of a fail,
Steve
really, for Steve Beaton.
120.
Well, he physically handed the card back in. Is he going to cash in on the 120?
100.
Just below it, so Duff is going to get another
160.
look at a big out. There's the first treble on the 160. Cannot find the second, much to his frustration.
100. Stevie
And so
required
Beaton
20.
for the break, look at a double 10.
Game show on the third
It's
leg.
double 10.
Steve Beaton.
He gets the break, he leads 2-1, and now has the darts to win the match.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. No score.
I think the best way of describing today for Steve Beaton is he had a really good performance last time out against Simon. But that first match against Andreas Harrison felt like a real professional job. It wasn't his best performance.
60.
But what he was able to do was draw out the quality when he needed to. And is he doing something perhaps of a similar nature in this contest?
119.
Because he's got levels even now, which maybe not in this field,
59.
but when you get to a normal regulation week, should just be gears above most of the field.
140.
That's why he comes with so much expectation.
140.
With expectation comes responsibility. With responsibility comes pressure. As if you still feel it.
140.
Had the career that Steve Beaton has had. Beautiful leg of darts though here. Potentially the best one of the week.
140. Stevie Rock,
He was
102.
going about things professionally and then really kicks on towards the line. Really good potential last leg this. Prior to that
38.
throw, his average
Neil,
is
you're
under the
required
85
102.
mark. And averages tend to be about a 10-point discrepancy when you factor in the double in, double out format. And so Beaton's going to come back here looking at 64
42.
to
Stevie Rock, 164.
take a 3-1 win and to take a third win of the day. Double 16.
32. Neil, you require 60.
For a breaker throw and put himself favourite for this game. Could get a little bit tricky. That's going to have to go to the side.
Game's on the
Beautiful
fourth
dart.
leg.
Beautiful
Neil
find
Duff.
there from Neil Duff. Strong leg from Steve Beaton. Resisted the
Fifth and
challenge.
final leg, it's
Kept
Neil
the
to
pace
throw
and hope for the
first.
mistake, and it
Game
came.
on.
And now has a chance to serve it out. Has to get in with these opening darts and does so on dart 1.
120.
Haven't seen a maximum start to a leg yet. Apart from that one from Andreas Harrison.
61. 125.
Neil Duff stepping it up here. You said about Steve Beaton accelerating towards the line. Absolutely. And Neil
100.
Duff stuck with him and says, and now raise your efforts. That's a beautiful dart. Expect to see some treble 20s.
140.
Maximum and hope was the only opportunity there for Steve Beaton. This is in the hands of Neil Duff and shows
58.
how
Now we
quickly
require
this format can turn.
116.
Yeah, he's turned the screw, and he's turned the screw well. Duff looking at treble 19 would have afforded him a dart at tops to win it.
39.
77 left. And Beaton has been left in the lurch.
95. Now we require 77.
6 darts from here to collect his first win. Remember, Beaton had darts to win it in the previous leg.
37.
Neil Duff has now had an opportunity to win this contest that's passed him by, but he is going to get 3 more.
And that's the key, and it's going to be at a double. He's been trying to start with
60.
every time.
Here
We
we
know he
require
likes this area of the
40.
board.
Well, it was the double that he won his World Championship on. And it's the double he gets to win this match.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff's incredible record against Steve Beaton at the Super Series continues. He just seemingly always gets the beating of him. A 3-2 win for the Duff man as their intriguing rivalry for 2025 continues. That, the tale of the tape, coming up after the break. It's Robert Thornton against Andreas Harrison.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
Andreas Harrison.
Oh, Bosch.
5 paces through. Game, shot, and the match.
Saturday night's all right for flighting, as Ray Stubbs once famously coined. And you can be here on a Saturday evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth by heading over to www.dartshot.tv. And, well, this Saturday wouldn't be a bad one to be a part of, would it, with all these legends on show? And then Saturday, April 26th is our next marquee occasion as Series 10 comes to a culmination with Champions
First
Week.
leg, it's Robert
Before the
to
break,
throw
Neil
first.
Duff got the better of Steve
Game
Beaton
on.
by 3 legs to 2. Match 8 is between Robert Thornton and Andreas Dirty Harrison. Matthew Edgar is alongside me for this one.
40.
And for Robert, well, he's got off to a flying start. 2 wins from 2, and I've got to say, looking comfortable enough.
60.
Was the outsider of them all as well, wasn't he, at the start of this, Robert Thornton? This goes to show, start well, you can continue well.
100.
And I do think that is the key to Robert Thornton's success today and what will ultimately potentially be continued success. Start well, continue well.
60.
Well, in terms of the yearly statistics, Andreas Harrison was one of 3 players that, in terms of finishing off legs, was 37% on a double. We knew that was a real stronghold to his play, and that could really be a benefit to him as the week moves on. And of course, his experience of this format, the round robin, and just the all-round happy memories he has of this place, you felt was going to serve him well. But Thornton is like a man possessed at this present moment in time. But Harrison's going to keep him on his tail with that max.
96.
And suddenly, when he looked like he's going to have a comfortable look at the 96, it may have to go. He'll probably stay there. The line for the treble was so good.
56.
He comes back for tops,
61.
but he'll be looking over his shoulder to see what Andreas can do with his 61. And 25 to leave his preferred double 18. And so double top here does not go.
Robert, you require 40.
Much closer dart 2.
20.
Can't correct it with dart number
Andreas, you
3.
require 20.
The frustration will be there because he's missed his favourite target. When you've got that secret weapon in the back pocket, you expect it to go.
15. Robert, you require 20.
And so Thornton, who's missed a few opportunities, 3 of them to win this first leg, is going to get 3 more. But cannot
10.
utilise the extra gift he was given. And
Andreas,
so
you require
Harrison
5.
for an unlikely break chance. Looks down at double 2. And now stares at the madhouse.
No score. Robert, you require
Well,
10.
this week a lot of attention has been brought to the doubles. That is the extra story here, having to get in with a double, but you've also got to get out with one.
Andreas,
The
you
missed doubles
require
here really
5.
adding up. 14 missed doubles between the pair.
I suppose we called it double trouble.
Game
But
shot on the
Andreas
first
Harrison's
leg.
got himself out to that
Andreas
particular
Harrison.
hole by pinning double 2 to get the breaker throw and lead 1-0.
Second leg is Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Quite like Andreas Harrison there, just having a quick look over there to Robert Thornton, wasn't he? Straight away the eyes was drawn. He knows Robert Thornton in the
No
past has
score.
been one of those players to sort of get on his own back, and he was just sort of seeing the body language, seeing what was going on. Wouldn't have got too much information. Robert
No
Thornton
score.
back to Andreas, but now Robert Thornton showing Andreas what he wants to see.
But Andreas getting off first start with his
80.
second visit. forces Thornton into getting a double with either dart 1 or dart 2. He's unable to do so.
40.
He's off the mark eventually, and he gives himself a round of applause for doing so.
$100. 60.
What do you make of the Andreas Harrison throw and the way the darts line to the board?
140.
Personally, I like it. That's how I used to like my darts landing as well. Nice and flat. Does make it a little bit tricky
41.
at certain parts of the board. It's one of those, you get pros, you get cons. Makes it trickier when you're going at tops because you can block it off, but makes it nice on that treble 20 when you can just get it underneath. You see him have to
65.
switch away there. Just blocking up the treble with the high dart. So the opposite of the common issue. Robert Thornton likes his
100.
darts above the wire. You can see there, dart 3.
160.
Using dart number 2, you did hear it on the way into the board.
Well, he has got that luxury of time to
100.
open up a 2-0 lead. Will leave himself on double 8 to do exactly that.
42. Andrea should require 60.
So 2 8s for Dirty Harrison. Can he just squeeze it across? Well, he's getting closer.
No score.
But luckily for him, Robert Thornton is a long way back. I was going to say, hasn't even been able to get out of 5th gear.
58. Andrea should require 16.
Neither player have really been able to find their top stuff, particularly in terms of finishing legs off. That's the 11th dart. Now the 12th dart missed at a double to win a
Games
leg.
on the second leg.
But 13 isn't going to
Andreas
be
Harrison.
unlucky for Andreas Harrison. He leads by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Thornton missed 8 darts at a double to win the opening leg, and after 7 visits
103.
could only leave himself on 160 in the previous.
No score. $100. 61. 81. 66.
Another one of those legs here where there's quite a sizable gap in the scoreboard. Robert Thornton looking to get himself back
83.
into the game, and with this format, it can turn quite quickly. Not only the short format, but the fact Robert Thornton only needs one breaker throw, and that then pressurised the first 3 darts for Andreas Harrison if we go to
100.
leg number 4.
Robert, you're 134.
Well, it looks more a case of when rather than if we get to the next leg of this contest. Harrison a
94.
long way back, Thornton leaving himself on tops.
$89. Robert, you require 40.
So double top. Great guide.
Game shot the
Nestles
third leg.
underneath. Back
Robert
to 2-1. And so now, this is the question you were talking
Fourth leg is
about.
Andreas to throw first.
With Thornton
Game on.
getting one on the board, it poses that real question of Andreas. He got the break, but now he has to cash it in here. You sense he has to win the game here.
59.
That's it, you're 2-0 up, and really it's those 3 darts we've just seen that are really key in that scenario, and he's got off, and Robert Thornton needs this dart.
No score.
That could be the fatal blow here. Andreas Harrison, this is all just bonus, this is all advantage time.
100.
Nice treble with the last dart there to give him a bit of a freebie. Robert Thornton struggling for the height.
40.
Does get in though with a last start. That is a big hit, but I feel he's going to need a maximum here to make up the deficit.
100.
Well, that first start was begging for a big score, and a 140 is applied there.
$140.
Big score cancelled out there. Andreas Harrison in control. This has to be a max. It's not going to go. Andreas Harrison, 6 darts.
97. Andreas, you require 102.
For another 2 points on the board.
$62.
Well, Andreas Harrison lost his opening game in the last leg, decided to Steve Beaton. If he wins here, it will be back-to-back wins. And he'll really propel himself
100.
up the Group A table. His double top to seal it.
Game
His double top that Scott.
match.
And Andreas Harrison is making a move to the top of the table. He joins Steve Beaton and Robert Thornton on 4 points, inflicting a first defeat upon the defending champion. Well, both players really struggled in terms of finishing off legs on a double, but it was Andreas who motored through that 4th leg on throw. Coming up after the break, Simon Whitlock takes on Leonard Gates.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andreas Harrison got the better of Robert Thornton by 3 legs to 1. That means that the Swedes has moved to the top of the table. That's not going to change regardless of what happens in this game, because even a 3-0 win for Simon Whitlock couldn't see him gazump Andreas at the top of the table. As for Leonard Gates, well, he's just looking to get a win altogether. He's now the only player yet to have picked up a point on this Monday morning at the Live Lounge. So far today for Leonard, he lost out 3-2 to Robert Thornton, and then 3-1 defeat to Andreas Harrison.
Game on.
Simon Whitlock kicked off with a 3-1 success against Neil Duff before then losing by that particular margin of scoreline against Steve Beaton in match 2. But he's off and running straight away in his third match of the day, the final game from the third round of fixtures.
And if there was an area of the game where you'd say Simon Whitlock's needed to improve, it is the getting in. Same for Leonard Gates, which is why we're seeing a change of strategy. What was we saying at the very start of the day? The easiest place to start, double 11, double 14. All you've got to do is get that vertical line right. And that is the first thing you learn when playing darts, how to keep darts straight. Does mean, though, it's not going to support your theory, Henry, of there being a 9 darter this week. Because that is 6 perfect darts, and he's not on a finish.
Because Leonard Gates is probably the only player that can think he can take out 173.
97.
Gates leads himself 76 after 9. He's already got the best leg of the day so far, the 15 darter to win his only leg
100
against Andreas Harrison.
76.
Is he going to find an 11 darter here? But what a blockbuster start this has been. But he's missed the big number, and consequently Whitlock has kept some kind of pace. He's left himself on 152, and if he gets this, boy, would this sting the American.
152.
Not going to, but if there's one player this week that perhaps in terms of finishes at that range and that far out that you maybe suspect to get more than anybody else, it may well be Simon Whitlock. But everything Leonard Gates did right at the beginning of the leg has suddenly gone awry here, and so Whitlock has got an opportunity to get a hold of throw, which will feel like a break. Double 16. I know Simon Whitlock had the darts in that leg, but that felt somewhat of a pinch when you consider the way Leonard Gates kicked things off.
Yeah, 6 perfect there for Leonard Gates at the start of the leg. He's sticking with this tactic, though, and it's working well for him. Back-to-back 148 openers.
A change of MO and a change of fortune for Leonard Gates. Moves across, other side, double 10.
No score.
Double 16 was so far blocked that he decided to move to the other side towards the bottom of the board, the
97.
equivalent double 10.
$38.
And then eventually gets off on double 19, causing our spotter somewhat of a headache.
$140.
This is a real step up from Leonard Gates, isn't it? He's not really performed so far today. He's nowhere near
51.
the levels we've seen
And
from him in previous
160.
visits here to the Super Series, but this is a big, big improvement.
Misses the big number, but he's got the best part of a 300-point gap in this leg.
$84. $95. And you require 32.
For a 13 dart leg, double start, double finish, that is world class.
Game shot the second leg.
14 will do.
Leonard Gates.
Couple of legs in here. Leonard Gates
Third leg,
averaging
it's Simon to throw first.
102.62. Some step up from the 60s he's been dwelling in throughout the day so far.
The record average for double trouble is 102.48.
20.
John Henderson got that against Richie Burnett last time out. Dal Pilgrim's also had a ton plus average in this
48.
particular competition. He hit that in double trouble 1, and he won't be doing it again for at least a couple of years.
59. $100.
In fact, there's a few players who play in that tournament that we're not going to see again because Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks have subsequently gone on to get tour cards who played in the
84.
previous edition of the tournament. John Henderson not here this time. Neither is Richie Burnett. Adam Lipscomb obviously not here. Brooks not here. Peterson not here.
121.
In fact, we have got a Whitlock here this time, just like last time. But it's Whitlock Senior as opposed to Whitlock Junior.
Another violent deflection there with the last dart from Leonard Gates.
42.
Just clattering into that flight on the way in. These sort of very strict, unforgiving flights
41.
suit certain throws, but not others. Maybe we're seeing a sign here for Leonard Gates that maybe the sort of coming off the top of his game, the slight dip in performance recently might be down to those increased deflections.
Well, as I mentioned earlier on in the leg, John Henderson's got the record average in terms of
so I'm in
double start darts. But the record's actually held by Alan Warrener.
60. And then you require
Gates looking at double 7 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. So it's a split.
Game shot on the third
And then
leg.
hits.
Leonard
The highest
Gates.
ever average is Alan Warrener, 106.45.
Fourth leg is Leonard to
in
throw
a 2-0
first.
first round win.
Game on.
I think the thing to remember here as well with Leonard Gates is we talk about his maths. It's going to come more into play in regards to this
148.
double start format. He actually chose to leave the double 7. He went for the treble 19 to leave it and then split.
35.
Well, double 14, first start every single visit so far for Leonard Gates.
140.
Persevering in terms of change attack, and it's bringing different results.
And Simon Whitlock's just walked into one here. You saw the almost surprised, dazed look on his face there, and I'm not surprised. 102.60. Leonard Gates has been over 100 for pretty much the majority of this game. Double start, double
44.
finish. That
And
is
you're at 113.
absolute elite level darts here from Leonard.
Well, if he takes this out, it breaks the record. Not to beat. Well, what a difference a game
93.
can make. It's not going to break the all-time record now. Simon was actually 103.09 hit
56.
against him in
Leonard, you require
a
20.
Grand Prix form, and that was by Michael Van Gerwen in the quarterfinals of the Grand Prix in 2016.
Game
And he's
shot
been hit
and
by a big
match.
performance there from
Leonard
Leonard Gates. 101.39 from the excellent American to seal a 3-1 win against Simon Whitlock and to get his first win of the day. What a performance that was. Leonard Gates with a ton plus average, one of only a handful we've seen here at the double start tournament of the Modus Super Series. He beat Simon Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Steve Beaton takes on Robert Thornton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Leonard Gates, of an average of in excess of 101, got the better of Simon Whitlock by 3 legs to 1. So nobody is yet unbeaten still. Neil Duff got the better of Steve Beaton before that 3-2. Andreas Harrison with a couple of wins to his name as well. This is how the table looks after 9 games. Andreas Harrison, Steve Beaton, Robert Thornton, all on 4. The rest of the field find themselves on 2 points in what is a very tightly contested thing. And to be fair, we expected it to be exactly the case at the outset of the day. Now, we are in the studio with Matthew Edgar after 9 matches on this Monday morning. We'll kick off by talking about Andreas Harrison. He's a player at the top of the group. Didn't win his opener, but games 2 and 3 is really beginning to build somewhat of a stride.
I think you could say that about all the players as well, really. They've all started a little bit slow and then sort of built up as the day's gone on. Andreas Harrison starting to get his doubles going at the start of legs as well, which I think, again, was sort of everyone was guilty of at the start of the day, just struggling to get in. Neil Duff summed it up best for me, I think, when he said this is going to go one of 2 ways. People are going to be brilliant or they're going to be edgy. I think we're going to get a combination of the 2. I think it's going to be an edgy start and then people are going to grow into it as it goes, and we just saw that in that last game. Absolute quality.
Robert Thornton's defending his title this week. We were wondering where the form guide was after a seniors quarter-final exit and a disappointment here the last time he played. But it feels like this is just a format he's so at home with.
It is, and I said at the start, like, as a player, you sort of play in blocks. You play in visits and blocks. It's got to be in 3s because 3 darts per visit. Now, you get into cycles. Am I going in 5? I'm going in 6. Am I going in 7? You don't follow the pattern and the trend as much here. It's a different format, so it feels different. It feels fresh. You feel like you've got extra opportunities when your opponent's missing to get in. It's just a completely different game. It looks the same, but this is something that I can sort of, resonate with in regards to pool and snooker. They look like the same game. They played with cues, played with balls, played on a table, but the size difference just makes it all very, very different in terms of the feel. And in terms of if you get a good pool player, it doesn't mean they're a good snooker player. And that's the same as well with double start. It's pretty much the same game, but those little tweaks and those little changes make it feel so different.
Steve Beaton, now, he looks like, kind of systematic what you're saying to the day as a whole. Took a little bit of time to get going in the early morning, maybe the change of format, but now is looking like the Steve Beaton that we really do expect to click into gear in this building.
And win titles. That was what my answer was in regards to Steve Beaton when you said, what does it look like for him in 2025? I expect him to win titles. Now, he's, on paper, too good for this format, too good to be here at the Super Series. He's not here by standard, he's here by choice. So with that, we expect to see him win something. This could be a great week as well, just to sort of show, because the conversation, who's the best dart player without a tour card, it should be Steve Beaton.
Conversations being had earlier and earlier every year. It's a bit like Christmas, isn't it? He did have a funny moment, though, earlier on in the day where he's hit a double to start, first start, great start to the leg, Steve, but didn't think it was in.
And look at it, to me, I don't know how you could not realise that. It looks clearly in, doesn't it? And he was not the only person who's done that today. We've also seen it in another game as well, where the double's been hit and they've stayed there. So I don't think it's a strategy. I just think it's sort of unaware on it, and you don't want to break your throw.
Neil Duff's not had an ideal start to Monday, but if there's any player that can fix a situation here, it would be him, wouldn't it?
You won't panic in this sort of situation. Now, on a normal week, we've got a couple of debutants, a couple of ADC qualifiers. There's lots of different things to take a look at and lots of things to be aware of. Now, when you take a look at this group, you know that you can rely on other people to beat each other. No one's going to run away with this group. As we've seen so far, there's 2 points top to bottom. And I think that's going to continue throughout. So you do know if you lose a couple of games that you can make it up in other areas because nobody is going to dominate this field.
So Neil Duff at the bottom of the table. He's got work to do towards the second half of the session. Now, last week, Peter Achuri of Kenya made it through to the final. He lost out to Scott Campbell in that particular final. Now, this is him getting the better of Colin Osborne, and you can see the joy on his face. And what kind of story is this going to be? And what kind of impact do you think Peter's success here at the Super Series could have on darts in Kenya and in Africa?
Well, that's what we're yet to see, and that's what we're going to have to see unfold over the next sort of weeks and months. We certainly saw the impact of his qualification. We saw the video come through. We're showing it on Saturday night. The video at his local darts club. I've mentioned it on Saturday that when the World Championships is on or the World Match Play is on, and I'm watching it on the telly, the second the break comes on, I'm grabbing my darts, I'm on the board. And while people was watching Peter Achuri, there was in the darts club having a throw, and that we don't know where it's going to go. We don't know who's going to be inspired by what he's done. What he has done is he's shown a pathway and he's shown a system, and it'll be interesting now to see who else is going to walk down that road.
Well, he tweeted on his X account that he was truly honoured to have been a part of the Super Series, grateful for the ups, the downs and everything in between. The real prize was the experience, making new friends, the laughs and the lessons. A big thanks to everyone who made it unforgettable, and that he will be back soon. And actually, he will be back soon because we announced that he's going to be part of the International Pairs Special, which is actually going to be the next Specials week once Series 10 is completed. And how important as well is it for that tournament to have a diverse mix of nations, it not being the usual suspects?
I think it's very important. It gives us fresh faces, fresh analysis as well here at the Super Series. But what was really important for me about that tweet was I looked straight at the numbers and the analytics, the engagements, the interactions. 1.1 thousand likes, 23 retweets, or whatever they call them now, requotes, isn't it?
Quote tweets or reposts, whatever. Sort it out, Elon.
So that, I think, is really interesting, because when you say what's the impact, That's impact. That's engagement. That's engagement. No player comes here and gets over 1,000 interactions on a social media post. So he's drawn the attention. So when he comes back, I think it's going to be one of those where it's eyes on again. And can he now back that up? Glenn Durrant said on Saturday night, it turned about the darts. He's a quality dart player. Now he's going to be judged as such. And when he comes back here, what's he going to be like with that expectation? I'm looking forward to seeing him.
We are going to see Peter Vachuri back, but let's have a look at some of the best bits of his debut appearance here at the Live Lounge.
Surely last chance corral here for Washiri. Game shot on the mark.
And finally, Peter Vachuri gets a win here at the Super Series. He's got a beaming smile. Oh, that's sensational! What a way to win it for Peter Vachuri! The very first day of action, July 2022, Glenn. That was back when we were transitioning from studios.
I did give me answer earlier. Am I about to change my mind? Wow! Come on!
180!
It would be a massive moment for darts in Africa. Peter Vachuri, this is your moment.
This is incredible. Wow. Or does he want more?
He's gone tops. Absolutely magnificent for Peter Vachuri.
Peter Vachuri.
Well, this is for the match, and if he doesn't take this, Thomas has got an opportunity to take us all the way, and the Welshman would have the darts in the decider. Double top, double 17. Well, that's some way to win it.
Watch on Pluto TV. There we go.
And he gave us a free plug as well. Thank you, Peter. That's a sign that he's left as an embellic mark to the Super Series, the Hakuna Matata, which he's glued to the top of the practice room wall. So we can quite literally never forget Peter Vachuri. But we're hoping that this next game here at the Live Lounge is going to be unforgettable too, because Steve Beaton and Robert Thornton are going head-to-head. Myself and Matthew Edgar have made the short trip from the studio to the commentary box to talk you through the rest of the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Port. So it's game 10, and the winner of this match will be the first player to 6 points in this Group A campaign. For both players, they had won their first 2, but defeats last time out for Steve to Neil Duff and for Robert to Andreas Harrison means that a perfect day isn't going to be completed, but victory here will put him on the right path, but defeat here then puts them back into the mix.
There's going to be lots of to-in and throw-in and lots of ifs and buts as this group concludes and works its way through. I think this is one of those weeks where I think the players would probably prefer a 2-day Group A like we used to have back in Southampton. I think the 3-day, it's just going to be a bit of a drama train.
100.
Steve's got to be careful here. But he's found double top with the 7th dart of the leg. No such worries in terms of a brush. 160 start. 160 start in terms of his leg anyway.
97. 100.
So Thornton, 6 darts to 199 to get the break of throw in the opening leg of this contest. He'll leave himself on 102.
93. Robert, you require 102.
To take out leg 1. It'll be the 4th tub plus checkout of the day so far. But he's unable to find the triple 14, which would have afforded him a go at tops.
Steve, you require 148.
Beaton's already got the 101. But he's not going to add the 148.
60. Robert, you require 58.
So, 58 for Thornton. Tops for the opening leg and tops for a break.
Two tens.
Game
1-0
shot on the first
to the
leg.
two-time
Robert
World
Thornton.
Seniors champion.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That switch is working well for Robert Thornton as well when he's got to
96.
move over to the 18s. He'll be happy with this so far, Robert Thornton. He'll be happy when he sees
No
Steve
score.
Beaton struggling once again to get in. All bonus now for Robert Thornton. One treble will cause some almighty damage.
60. $100.
Well, Steve is taking his time to get going in this match. Thornton's success today has been
86.
largely due to the fact that he's been able to get off first visit in legs more often than not, which is just buying him
60.
pretty much in a lot of legs extra visit to the board, and that scoring prowess has been one of the
59.
real keys towards his 2 win from 3 days so far.
140. $58. $49. Robert, you're 142.
142 is no longer on the cards for
110.
Thornton, and so
Steve,
Beaton will come back
152.
looking at a big finish of his own, but he's not going to find the 152, and so the Fawn double 16
60.
to
Robert,
double
you're
his lead.
32.
Yeah, now we're at the board. You don't see him in too often,
Game
but
shot
he's
on the
just as
second
good
leg.
down there.
Robert Thornton.
You see what that means to Robert Thornton. Doubles his lead against Steve Beaton. He's now
Third
just a
it's
leg
Steve
away.
To throw first. Game
Steve Beaton, again, we go back to those opening 3 darts. Needs to start getting these right, and gets it right with the opening. This time checks if it's in.
105.
Making sure he's not going to persist with a double he's already hit.
Once again, Thornton off
60.
first visit in a match. First dart, second dart in the 3 legs that we've played so far in this contest.
100. $100.
Don't know if I'm asking the right person this, but what is it like to defend a title, Matt?
60.
It's one of those where you don't really worry too much about it.
42.
You don't even really be aware because there's so much time that goes between it and so many games that it all kind of just goes into a blur. It tends to be sort of
96.
a narrative that is spun more by people like ourselves right now rather than the players.
So you didn't feel that pressure defending
39.
the Iceland Masters
Steve,
then?
140.
Nah.
100.
Good leg this from Steve. Tops after 15 in this format's very good.
85. Steve, you require 40.
Bring it back to 2-1. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Keeps
Steve
Robert Thornton
Beaton.
guessing and forces the Scot to serve this game out to win the match on his throw.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Remember, the winner will be the first to 6 points. The winner will temporarily go top of the group ahead of Andreas Harrison's game against Simon Whitlock. And that is a perfect start from Robert
160.
Thornton, who, remember, has got form in this format. He has hit a 9 darter in Grand Prix
96.
darts. He did so against James Wade in that historic match at the Grand Prix in 2014. In fact, both players hit the 9 in that particular game. But Thornton is
97.
going to treat us to something similar right there.
$60.
Closing in. And now looking to close out Steve Beaton.
$58.
But you know when Robert isn't happy because he will frail that right hand in the air.
$100.
Six darts for 186 to
58.
get the job done.
$60. Robert, you require
So
128.
Thornton looking at 128 to get the job done. Doesn't have to chase treble 20 ball. Doesn't have to chase the ball. But he does, and he almost
103.
got.
Wanted to get the job done there and then, but now means he can't use his favourite tops, which is maybe the surprise factor of him going that way.
135.
Especially now
Robert, you
Beaton's
require
ready to
25.
strike should he miss.
Well, both players effectively at the same part of the leg. Single to leave a double. And the double of choice for Thornton was double 4. But double 2 is the double that wins him the match.
Robert Thornton.
And the form, the defending champion, moves back to the top of the group. And for Steve Beaton, that is back-to-back defeats. A defiant display from the Scot on this Monday. A 3-1 win for Robert Thornton. Coming up after the break, Leonard Gates takes on Neil Duff. Well, Double Trouble 3 is a number of specials weeks that we have here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That is the list for the rest of the year. This actually is the only double start week we've got this year, which... Oh, I'd love double start. I love double start. Anyway, Women's Week 3, International Pairs and Rising Stars still to go. Actually, we do have Double Trouble 4 in October. That's just the latest list to come. But that's the calendar for now. Let's move on. Leonard Gates and Neil Duff is game 11 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's forget we even did that link. Gates, Duff, game 11 of our day. And Matthew Edgar is alongside me in the commentary. I'll tell you what, I really do love this format. It's probably the best one we play here at the Super Series. It's different. The fact we only play it every now and then. The double-in factor. The short format leads to more jeopardy. You could tell how much fun this is to watch, and I think the players are enjoying playing in it as well.
To throw first. Game on.
Which is why we're going to do another one in October.
I know. Great news, isn't it?
Well, persistent with that double 14 approach, Leonard Gates is one he adopted in his last game.
68.
And it worked extremely well for him. Went straight in every single time. Went off with a lot of 148 starts. But
40.
Interesting thing here. Neil Duff has changed to his normal darts.
6.
Obviously, he doesn't feel very comfortable with what he's been doing today.
Back to Old Faithfuls and hoping that consequently he will get a change of results from it.
64.
Which is quite ironic because he won his last match with a better performance.
It's not always about the results or how well you're playing, because it's about the control and the feel. And I said in the opening game, Neil's Duff's darts wasn't landing consistent. Darts landing at different angles.
95.
If you can control the tungsten, eventually you're going to get the result of the darts going where you want. If you only focus on where the darts are landing, it's not always going to be that case.
140.
Especially if you've not got the control of the dart and the tungsten through the air, which means you'll just forever be changing, trying to constantly chase that instant gratification.
79. Leonard require 53.
So Gates looking at 53 to take out the opening leg of the match. Double top. Bends the wire with the first. Pin with the second. Gates is one up with a 15 darter. His second of the day.
Second leg is Neil to throw first.
101.39 earlier against Simon Whitlock in his previous match. And that now is the benchmark in terms of the best standard of the week, because Duff misses 3 to kick off leg 2. But I suppose you've got to give a lot of credit to the
48.
versatility of Leonard Gates. The fact that there was something that didn't work earlier, he decided to move to a different tactic, a different MO, and it really is coming up trumps for him.
40. 140. 60.
There's an irony here that Leonard Gates is playing better and ascertaining better averages consistently in a double-in format than he did at times last week.
140.
Well, he's just continuing here at Leonard Gates, isn't he? First 2 games, he averaged in the 60s. Last game, 101.
100.
And now, stepping it up again. Still running over that 100 average. Mightily fine, impressive
100.
power scoring here from Leonard.
Well, for the entirety of last week, he averaged 85, did Leonard Gates. There's a possibility he could have an average in a double start tournament in excess of that today if he carries on in this kind of form. $64 left. He had a look over and then asked the referee what did he have left before then glancing back over the scoreboard once more.
41.
He got there eventually.
$70. Leonard required 32.
Double 16 for Leonard.
Game shot
In
and
it goes,
second leg.
2-0
Leonard
break
Gates.
accrued. Really good performance, just under 97 the average.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
And for Neil
Game.
Duff, well, this is a day which he may just have to take on the chin somewhat.
Never failed, has he, on that double 14 to get in? It's been a tactical change and it's worked out quite well for him.
Well, it's either been first dart or second because he got off first dart every single leg against Simon Whitlock. He got off first dart, second dart in this game. Consequently, out of the 3 legs, this is the second time that Neil Duff will need a second visit to get going.
140.
Which just isn't going to cut it when Leonard Gates is constantly finding something tangible with his first turn to the board in a leg.
No score.
And he's quite lucky here that Leonard hasn't quite fired as leg 1 or leg 2 has. But the possibility of a brush is on if Neil cannot get his doubling boots on. Dart 7 gets him going.
120. $99. $100. Leonard requires 74.
So 74 for the match to round off another incredible display. Double top.
Game shot and the match. Leonard Gates.
What a performance. What a day this is for the American soldier Leonard Gates. Last time out, it was an average in excess of 101. This time, an average of 98 to batter Neil Duff by 3 legs to 0. Didn't even get on the scoreboard there, did the Duff man. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison takes on Simon Whitlock.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw the first 3-0 scoreline of the day, and it was Leonard Gates who got the better of Neil Duff to 0. And so we now are just 4 games from home. What a day we've had. It's been quick fire, it's been good, it's been fun, it's been entertaining. We've had a lot of good things today. But what is the meeting between the two beers to be feared going to hold as Simon Whitlock takes on Andreas Harrison? It's game 12 of our morning session here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's going to be Andreas Harrison, the Swede, to get us underway, kicking off with a double top and looking to kick on. He is second in the group. Any win here would see him ascend back to the summit. And just a little bit of a tinker in terms of the equipment for Simon Whitlock. He has changed the flight and stem, and it looks like a yellow all-in-one combination for the Wizard. But he hasn't got off cleanly in the beginning of this contest, and consequently it has allowed Andreas Harrison to motor away with leg 1.
No score.
Well, when you take a look at the last couple of games, Andreas Harrison won his last 2 games, so he'll be feeling good right now. Simon Whitlock's lost his last 2 games by scores of 3 legs to 1, which may be why we're seeing this little change of equipment. We did mention at the start, didn't we? It's been quite a significant change in regards to the barrel for Simon Whitlock in recent times. Just trying to find a bit of form.
And he is someone that constantly tinkers with,
140.
plays with, and still striving for that perfection, and still striving for that winning formula is the Wizard. But it looks like this first leg may well be out the equation. Harrison looking for potential 14 darter, double 10.
36.
Doesn't go, but he was afforded the luxury of time because of the quick start he got off to and the sluggish nature of which Simon Whitlock could find that first double of the leg.
123. Andreas, you require 20.
So Harrison looks at double 10. Up for double 5.
10.
But it doesn't go. And so Whitlock just slowly tiptoeing his way down the leg. And may just catch the Swede slightly cold here if there is 3 more misses, because he is now on an out. Surely left side.
5.
Jag below.
Simon,
well, he got him with his first start, but has missed 8 to finish the leg, Kids Harrison.
Still, that steal possibility is here for Simon Whitlock. It's going to get a little bit tricky.
Well, now he's on a double. And now Harrison really will feel the pressure. But how many times does that happen?
Andreas Harrison.
That a player is so far in front of the leg, they faff about with their doubles. But then eventually, when their opponent is in position to pounce, they eventually find what they wanted in the first place.
No score. No score.
Better. Much better from Simon Whitlock.
Piled in on Andreas. And now we're beginning to see the Andreas fault line.
No score.
Haven't seen a drub yet, but
57.
we have seen a fair amount of one-sided legs today.
No score.
Well, this leg is the antithesis of the previous, where
100.
It was Whitlock that was struggling to get going, and then his opponent managed to fly away with the scoring exchanges with the boots on the other foot.
You do just sort of almost resign yourself to the fact you
105.
can't win the leg from this point. You need a miracle. You need your opponent to miss a lot of opportunities. And right now, Simon Whitlock is not missing very much.
180.
Right on cue, a max for the Wizard to leave himself on a double, and Harrison just straggling outside the 400s.
100. Simon required 12.
And so 2 6s to square us up.
Game shot the second
Use the
leg.
first dart as
Simon
a
Whitlock.
perfect guide, a clip off the barrel and in. Level we are at 1-1.
Third leg it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. 40.
Great last dart. The first two being pitched just below, and because they sit down quite nicely, made the bed a bit bigger for Andreas. Both players
51.
getting off first visit for the first time in this match.
$140.
Harrison's average, perhaps unsurprisingly, has been completely and utterly kiboshed by
100.
all of those missed doubles in the opening leg. He missed 8 before eventually getting over the line. And then it took him 10 attempts to get going in the last. But he's
140.
got a real attention to detail, though, when it comes to the trebles.
100.
And he's got 6 from this point to move himself to within a leg of the match.
$95.
Great fight, great recovery the last. Leaves himself on a 2-darter after just 12.
$100. Andreas required 86.
Gives him a dart at the bullseye.
61.
Does need
Simon
more. We've seen
required
Simon Whitlock do
150.
this before. Darts at the bullseye from the 150s. Took it out. Won a match with 3 balls. Not tempted on this occasion.
84.
Far too
Andreas required
in the
25.
battle, in the flow of things right now.
Time and place for things like that.
17.
But Andreas Harrison's timing
Simon
at points in this game
requires
has
66.
been off. And it's allowed Whitlock the opportunity to get the break and lead 2-1. It's going to get one
34.
possible
Andreas required
opportunity if Harrison bodges the double 4.
No score.
And he is going to get that
Simon
chance.
required 32.
Yeah, first one just kicked there for Andreas Harrison. Because of that, the flight just getting in the way. See the other darts going wide. That a little bit tricky. He's had to move across here, Simon Whitlock, to try and open up the angle. He's going to have to move again.
16.
He
Andreas
saw dart
required
one wobble. That's because he
8.
clattered into that one with dart number 3. No way in for the Wizards.
Andreas Harrison's just 1 from 15 in terms of finishing doubles in a leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
But he finds
Andreas
himself
Harrison.
2 legs to 1 up in this match.
Fourth leg it's Simon to throw first. Game on. $49.
Whitlock off second dart in this 4th leg. Harrison off first dart. Just beginning to improve somewhat this game in terms of the doubling in.
120.
Maybe some kind of suspectability in terms of the way the players are finishing the legs.
$60. $97. $97.
Three more games to go
58.
once this one's completed. Leonard Gates will take on Steve Beaton. Simon Whitlock will be up against Robert Thornton. And then the day will round off with a meeting between Neil Duff
60.
and Andreas Harrison. Plenty coming up on Pluto TV once we're done. There'll be a double bill of tungsten talks once we're done.
85.
One talking about the life and career of Phil Taylor. One looking at the life and career of Glenn Durrant.
95.
And then we'll have documentary series thereafter too. Documentaries, other such stuff, plenty on Pluto TV, but there could be plenty to savour for Harrison, but he's unable to find the treble 15 there, which would have given him a data double 18 for the match.
117. So I'm in 104.
Hail Mary time. But the 140 isn't going to go. Harrison back for double 12 to win it.
60. Andreas required 24.
Double 12. Well, at times that was incredibly scrappy.
Andreas Harrison.
But I don't think Andreas Harrison will care too much because he's picked up a 3-1 win, which puts him to the top of the group. Sometimes it doesn't matter how, as long as you do. And Harrison has got the better of Simon Whitlock. Some suspectability in terms of some of the doubling. But Harrison just proving too strong. Coming up next, Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
part of this wonderful atmosphere.
Well, they want a bit of noise.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised nine-star finish.
Pluto TV, stream now, pay never, and there's plenty coming up on the Modus Super Series channel, just like Leonard Gates in action. But after the live darts is finished, well, we'll be having a chat with Phil Taylor. We'll be having a look at the life and career of him and the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series. And it's a double bill of that particular programme because we'll be having a look back at the career of Glenn Durrant, the three-time Lakeside champion and Premier League winner. And talking about Premier League winners and special talents, after that, we've got a very special documentary for you.
Well, you can see even on screen, can't you, this year's World Championship final, a 35-year-old playing a 17-year-old, combined age of 52.
He knows what he can do on the day, we know what he can do, and I think he just wants to show that to everybody.
When it really came down to like the push, you could just see the focus and you could see the ability coming through.
And I think everyone kind of knew he had something special.
Within inside 2 years, he's now champion of the world and probably the best player on the planet. Luke Littler's had a massively positive effect on darts worldwide.
He is a phenomenal talent, and I just don't see how he's going to be stopped. Can already see people saying it's going back to the boring days of Taylor would win everything. Is Luke Littler going to go down that same road where people look for him to lose?
I think 4 or 5 years he might even just say that's enough.
I thought we was looking at someone who was really good, but is he going to be time on time in these major events, getting to the latter stages?
There was this kind of level of expectation that everyone was like, oh, we know he's really good, but can he do it? Can he deliver on the big stage?
There's been a lot more pressure on his shoulders, but I think he's dealt with it absolutely superbly.
You have to realise Luke Littler is very special.
Because of Luke Littler and what he's done, I think a lot more kids want to get into it because they've seen, and he's quite a role model.
He is the biggest inspiration and just shown everybody what is achievable.
What he's done, it can only be good for darts, really.
Luke Littler, 1 year on, the latest of our documentary series that will be on Pluto TV later on today. Right, let's get into the nuts and bolts of Monday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is how the table looks following 4 rounds of fixtures at double trouble. Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton both lead the way, having won 3 of their 4 matches thus far. Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton on 4 points, but Leonard Gates may well be the player to look out for because he's making a real push. Back-to-back averages of 101 and 98 in his last couple of games. Steve Beaton won his first 2, but is now looking for a 3-2 day. Whitlock and Duff are just a solitary win apiece. And it is Leonard Gates and Steve Beaton that will kick off the final round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Steve, it's been a contrasting Monday. He won his first 2. He's lost his last 2. He is looking to end on the right side of the 3-2 day. But for Leonard Gates, he has been electrifying in the last couple of games. 101 and 98 averages.
Is Leonard to throw first.
He's been great, Matt, hasn't he?
Oh, the last couple of games. The last couple of games have been really, really good for Leonard Gates. Since he's changed over and he started using that double 14 as a route in, it's just rejuvenated him. It's got him going again.
80.
Well, both players off first dart in this leg.
100.
And both players, surely, Matt, will smell opportunity towards the end of the day.
34.
I think there'll be frustrations today as we get towards the back end of day 1 and we start doing assessments and summarising what we've seen so far. I don't think any player's going to leave here today and go, I put my best foot forward today. I was good for
60.
5 games. Everyone's had immense moments. That was capped by Leonard Gates, game number 3. 101.39 average for him. But I think when you look along the timeline of everyone's performances today, I don't think anyone's going to think that they've produced.
86, landed to 133.
Well, Gates, 133 for the opening day. Will there be a feeling, though, in Leonard's mind that the way that he's come back, ever since he's switched to double 14 to start a leg, that he'll feel like he's in the groove of it now?
Oh, absolutely. He's been very good, hasn't he, Leonard Gates? Very good.
140.
In the back end of the day, which maybe, if he can cap it off and
Game
leave with a
shot the
victory
first
here
leg.
over Steve
Leonard
Beaton,
Gates.
would make him the happiest one leaving here today, because he will know he's left
Second leg, it's Steve
on the
to throw
upwards
first.
trend.
Game on.
Well, I don't know what's happened to Leonard over the course of the weekend, but today he is a different darting beast.
40.
Really is finding his A game here. Once again, that double 14 working perfectly off first start in
68.
both the legs so far in this match. In matter of fact, I'll read you out the darts he's got legs started with over the last couple of games. In his game
59.
against Whitlock, where he averaged in excess of a ton, he got off first dart on double 14, every single leg. And then his previous match against Neil Duff, he got off first dart, second dart, second dart.
95.
So, over the last 9 legs, he's failed to get off first dart twice, and on both of them occasions,
60.
it's been with his second dart.
Said it at the start of the day, the easiest thing to do
100.
in this format, double 11, double 14. Doesn't get you as many points, but it's the easiest way to get into a leg.
46.
Gates really pushing on.
140.
I think Steve Beaton is possibly just beginning to hit a bit of a wall, Matt.
58.
Yeah, he's frustrated there, wasn't he, Steve
198.
Beaton? He looked over to the scoreboard, shake of the head, would be disappointed with what's happening, but at the same aspect, he's getting hit hard here by Leonard
82.
Gates, who has been hitting hard for quite a few games. Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff being on the receiving end
140.
of
Leonard
the
requires
very
16.
best of Leonard Gates.
2 8s for 2 zip. Double 4. And Beaton is on a 2-darter.
12.
And he has got the opportunity to equalise a game which, for large swathes of, he's been completely out of.
$58. Leonard require 4.
So double 2 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Nearly there. That's a breaker
Third leg
throw.
is Leonard to throw first.
Steve
Game
Beaton
on.
pondering. Trying to put things right here, Steve Beaton. He's going to have to do it quite quickly.
28.
How's he managed to squeeze that through them? That's the worst starting leg Leonard Gates has had since game 2 of the day.
32.
Well, Steve Beaton was the favourite to win this week before a dart was thrown. He may end day 1 in the bottom half of the table. Certainly, if Leonard Gates can get the job done here, that will be
59.
the case.
Although it should be mentioned that, particularly on a week like this week,
85.
you would suspect that things will change rather dramatically as the days move forward in terms of the table. I don't think the table at the end of day
60.
1 will be wholly representative of what we may see come the end of group. We might get a good idea of the picture, but you just get the sense with some of the players that you've got in this group
137.
that there may well be some moving and shaking tomorrow.
$100. $93. 125. Steve, you're 154.
He got away with that one, Leonard, because a single would have left himself on 169. But he has got an opportunity here to win the match right now.
95. Leonard Dirac 129.
And it mean that he would have won his last couple of games to 0. It's the bullseye to do it. Golden from Gates. What a way to finish a day.
Leonard Gates.
What a finish to his day. He struggled to start with. He lost his first couple of games. But 3 fantastic performances back to back to back may well make him the player to beat in this group. Once Leonard Gates found his groove, once he found the MO change to double 14, he was a different beast. And he may well be the best player of the lot as the day draws to a close. He gets the better with Steve Beaton by 3 legs to 0 in the third from home game on this Monday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's going to be rivalries renewed for Simon Whitlock and Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Leonard Gates joins me here in the studio. Leonard, many, many congratulations. Once you got going, you looked unstoppable out there.
It just had to kick in. That's one thing I can explain right now. The first two matches, I told myself, hey, I got tired of losing. So let me go out here and change the scenario of the game, change the pace of the game, change the outcome of the game, and just throw darts and hit the target to get to the finish.
That changed the double 14 that you started in game 3. That seemed to be a real key difference. Once you started going for that target, you started hitting that. It was a case of every single leg, pretty much. You were first visit away in a leg.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a comfortable segment, a comfortable angle, comfortable throw to hit the double 14. I mean, it's not a high number, but it's a number that guarantees me to get in the game, to start the game, to then convert to the triple 20s, triple 19s, or whatever else I shoot after that.
Now, there's only been a handful of ton plus averages that has been here at Double Trouble, and there's been seldom few in the World Grand Prix. You got exactly that in the middle of the day. How proud are you of that particular performance?
Well, that's something good to know, but I'm not thinking about that. For the most part, I'm just thinking about getting in and getting the win. But the feeling of getting in the first dart and then hitting 2 trebles after that, oh yeah, I said, okay, the average is going to go up after this. You know what I mean?
I know you would have been disappointed not to have won last week, but does that give you an extra little bit of motivation, a little bit to motivate yourself going into this week?
For me, I wouldn't say motivation. It's more of a thing that when I shot in the final, not the finals, but the what is it, top
stage.
4? Yeah. It's my darts seem to want to do something else, and that kind of frustrated me a lot. So, you know, I had some time to just think and just reflect and look back on what it was. And I just said, that can't happen. That can't happen again. So I changed the pace to change the game today or this week to try to see if I can do better.
First time we've seen you here at Double Trouble. How much double start darts have you played before playing this week?
Actually, in the States, our ADO tournaments, a lot of the tournaments offer on the first night a double in, but we play 301, not 501. I wish we would play 501. That'd be great. But yeah, we play kind of a lot in the ADO tournaments in the USA, double in, double out. But it's just 301 instead of 501.
Finally, that 129 wasn't a bad way to finish the day, was it?
Well, he's sitting on an out, and I got 129. I said I have to hit, you know, a single, a triple, or at least a single, a triple, or 2 triples, or something like that to get in and out. Just leave myself 1 dart to hit a double, and I pulled it off.
Lovely bullseye, wasn't it?
Thank you. Oh yeah, it was timely and where it needed to be.
Leonard, many congratulations on what has been a good day for yourself. Couple more matches to go for us. It kicks off with Robert Thornton up against Simon Whitlock, and I'm going to join Matthew Edgar in commentary.
Great assessment there from Leonard Gates, a man currently sat top of the table, and he'd be delighted, I'm sure, if he could end the day in that top position, but he'd need results to go his way here. Simon Whitlock may be doing a bit of an assessment himself, just like Leonard Gates did after losing his opening couple of games before going on a hat-trick of wins. Simon Whitlock kicked his day off with success before going on a hat-trick of defeats, yet to get to 2 legs in any of his last 3 games. So it'll be interesting to see if he persists with the same strategy, or if he maybe moves the way of Leonard Gates and tries to mix it up a little bit.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
For Robert Thornton, he's won 3 games so far today. The only game he lost was match number 3. That one coming at the hands of Andreas Harrison. But these are 2 players that'll be very familiar with each other, would have played each other many times across their careers in various different arenas and formats around the world.
60.
And now they get to take each other on in a cutthroat, short format, ruthless game of darts.
Hi, Matt.
50.
Great to be back in your company again. Great to hear from Leonard Gates at the end of that previous match. An interesting insight into his day and some of his performances.
85.
Well, just having a look at some of the head-to-heads between the pair. Of course, both players were regulars in the Premier League. They played with each other for 2 seasons in that particular format. But in terms of the last competitive recorded meeting that we have between these two, it was back in 2020,
100.
just before, literally a month before the COVID lockdown. It was in Players' Championship number 3 of that year. And it would be Whitlock that would prevail by 6 legs to 3 against the form.
And for two players that have been right at the sharp end of the sport, not too many head-to-heads, not really met too much outside of the Premier League and
140.
tournaments like that. Their last real big match between one another was in 2015 at the UK Open, where Robert Thornton would prevail
96.
by 9
Robert
legs to
116.
5, and that was in the last 64 of that particular tournament. Thornton look at the 116 to take out the opening leg.
76. I'm going to require
back-to-back
142.
some plus outs between games.
$60. Robert, you
Said it
require
before, we'll
40.
say it again, we'll say it all day, we'll say it all week. A favourite target here for Robert Thornton, but he came low again. Well, that's a mile out. He has a look over to the scoreboard, see where Simon Whitlock is, knows he's got to go for the double 5.
35.
Struggling with the height
Simon,
there.
you require 82.
3 misfiring efforts.
It's the bullseye. First
36.
offline, off centre.
Robert, you require 5.
And so Thornton has been given the luxury of a 7th visit in this leg. Just about squeezes in the single one,
Game's
but
on the
no
first
mistake
leg.
about the
Robert
conviction of double 2. As Robert Thornton gets the break and takes a 1-0
Second
lead.
against Robert to
The
throw
defending
first.
champ
Game
looking
on.
for 4 wins out of 5. On the first day of his title defence.
65.
I think we were wondering what we were going to get from Robert Thornton today. But I think that he'll probably walk out of here satisfied with
32.
the outcome of the day. Even if it is a case of just 6 points. I think if you offered him that at the beginning of the session, I think he probably would have settled for that.
60.
Well, it just goes to sort of make you think, doesn't it? What do you think? I mean, you're here virtually every week, Henry. What do you think
81.
it will take points-wise to win Group A?
If you're interested in my thoughts, Matt, I reckon this could be possibly a 20-point Group A.
100.
I think there's going to be a lot of changing in terms of table positions. And you said it earlier. There's going to be a lot of players that will be beating each other. You don't expect the likes of Neil Duff
100.
and Simon Whitlock to be languished on 2 throughout the remainder of the group. I think it could be quite tight. Probably the player makes it on to 20 points, gets through with a good legs difference. It could well be one of those groups which is decided by that margin as well. But I also think there could be a very high total in terms of getting into Group C this week as well, because I think the group's going to be very tight.
Robert, you require 96.
Thornton 96 after a flurry of maximums.
56. I'm going to require 108.
And so Whitlock here looking at 108 to level up at 1 apiece. Couldn't find the trouble there, which would have
92. Robert, you require 40.
given him a look at double 16. Thornton tops for 2-zip. Double 10 now. In it goes. 2-0 Thornton. And I tell you, I think the biggest strength of Robert's game today, I think, has been his focus.
It's easy to do when things are going well. And that's why, again, we go down to needing the dartboard to help you out with a little bit. Tell you you're playing well. Tell you you're doing the right things. And right now he's getting all the right reactions.
$57. $55. $58.
In terms of the players later on this week that are going to be joining in Group B and C, who are you most interested in watching?
I think there's loads of players that really interest me actually this week in regards
40.
to the lineup. Matt Dubbridge always a good watch here. Keegan Brown coming off the Pro Tour. Steve West got so much success
58.
here at the Super Series. I think it's really quite a tricky one to say which is the most appealing prospect.
180.
Well, Thornton here looking to close it out and close the job out comprehensively.
140,
Whitlock does leave himself on a 2-darter Thornton cannot get. And he's not going to join Leonard Gates in terms of finishing off a day of a big
86.
checkout.
Time to record 76.
He may get another go in the next leg, but he doesn't want that. Had to stay there for double 18. Because there's no way he was going to be looking at tops properly. And he pins a double 18 with aplomb. Back to 2-1, forcing Thornton to serve it out.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
What did we say earlier? When you're in that situation, Whitlock knows just hold his throw and then hope that Robert Thornton doesn't kick off on the darts where he's got the throw.
No score.
Well, it all worked out quite well for him. Robert Thornton missing the opportunity. Whitlock did not take advantage, and Robert will not make the same mistake twice.
65.
Well, both players off with the first start of their second visit in this leg.
112.
Whitlock outscoring Robert once he was away.
93.
Oh, wonderful. Absolutely excellent from the Wizards. Wizardry in motion. And a comeback which is very much in motion.
97. $100. $25.
Well, Whitlock here has got 6 on 109.
109.
Thornton's positive start is just being whittled away bit by bit.
Target he's been trying to start on. Finishing on this occasion, but you really do get the sense that this now is really game on territory. And you dare say, Whitlock right now would be the favourite.
He's looking more likely, isn't he?
Game shown the
and he has taken us all the way to a last leg decider in just 9 minutes.
Fifth and final leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Been a good contest, good duel. Thornton led 2-0. He looked like he was flying at that point, but Whitlock has found a real burst towards the end of the day.
51.
And is now severely posing the question of the Thorn. Off second dart, both players
60.
in this leg.
$61. $97. $140.
Nervy look over to the scoreboard there for Robert Thornton just to assess the situation.
100.
Needs to see Simon Whitlock come up dry here, or Whitlock will be first to a finish in the decider.
140.
Thornton needs to find something big, and he needs to find it now. Begging for a max. Gets a max. Perfect timing from the Thorn. It makes this 109 must go. Triple 19. Double 16 to win it. From 2-0 behind. What a surge from Simon Whitlock.
Simon Whitlock.
There was a point where it looked as if Robert Thornton was all but the winner. But a power pack 3 legs there from Simon Whitlock. A real burst has seen him win from behind. And he has sealed the deal with a 109 checkout just as Thornton hit a max to leave himself on 64. Whitlock 3, Thornton 2, Duff against Harrison rounds off the day's action on the other side of these commercial messages.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Simon Whitlock was 2-0 behind to Robert Thornton before getting the better of him 3-2. This is how the table looks going into the final match of the session. Gates, Harrison, Thornton all on 6 points. Whitlock and Beaton on 4. Neil Duff on 2 points at the bottom of the pile. It is Duff and Harrison to round off the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A pulsating day worth of darting fun. Now these two, well, they know each other like the back of their hand. They've played each other on 2 separate occasions, including in the last Double Trouble tournament. And in the 3 head-to-heads that the two players had, it was Andreas Harrison that won the personal head-to-head by 2 wins to 1. They did meet in Champions Week in Series 7. That was a Group C affair. Neil Duff actually won both of those meetings by 4 legs to 2. But Neil Duff may have won those meetings, but it was Andreas Harrison that would go on to win that particular week, pinning that iconic 121 checkout to beat Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3 in that final.
He's changed darts again.
120.
A sign of a lack of confidence here from Neil Duff, and maybe that comes down to the fact he didn't even get a dart at a double in the last match. Obviously, he got a dart at the double to get in, but not one
120.
of which he could get to win a leg. This is just the issue you face whenever you're making a change of equipment, that you have to stick with it. You have to believe in it. The fact he's got his other darts is a doubt. The fact he's willing to get them out is a doubt. You have to persist sometimes with the equipment change. Very easy sometimes when you're making any sort of changes to believe that you never missed with the darts you had previously, and I'd have took that out with my other darts. I don't have the belief in these darts, but if you had the belief in the other darts, you wouldn't feel like you needed to change it in the first place.
Well, Neil did a similar type of tinkering the last time he was here for the Legends League, where
26.
he was kind of caught between a couple of sets again there, but back to what he started with.
140.
Leave himself on the Harrison, the 1-2-1.
Is that what we're calling it now?
The Dirty Harry shot.
45.
The 121.
121.
For some dirty darts.
Oh, this would be dirty. This would be dirty.
93. Andreas, you require 170.
Harrison looking at the fish. Not to be, and so Duff will come back for a double, which has seen more action than perhaps it does on most days, double 14. Harrison being given a chance, and he's not a player that you can afford an opportunity to. 20 for tops. The first one sits down close enough, it should be okay. But because it was over to the right, he tried to use it as a guide, but he diverts over into the double one.
Bit
of frustration creeping in there for Neil Duff.
$22. Now we require 4.
So Duff down for double 2 to take out the opening leg of the match. It's the Madhouse. It's 1-0.
First leg.
Neil Duff gets his nose in front.
Second leg is Andreas to throw first. Game.
Which just makes me cast my eye over to the league table. And we could be in a situation here. Neil Duff picks up the win where we are not really getting any shaping as regards to the end of day one, because there'll literally just be 2 points separating the top to the bottom.
Not very often that happens. I've kind of only seen that happen on a handful of occasions here at the Live Lounge, as Harrison gets off dart 5 of the leg. Neil Duff's got away first started, both the legs played in this game so far.
$81. $140. $60.
Andreas did play at the UK Open at the weekend. He won his first match against Scott Baker by 6 legs to 3, before then losing by 6 legs to 2 to Dominic Grulich in the round thereafter.
43. Now you require 81.
Duff's got 6 darts from this. 81 to open up a 2-0 lead in this game, and to, crucially for him, get the break too.
Under
pressure now, though.
Now we require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff. Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Well, it looks as if maybe these new darts are just beginning to click into gear for Neil Duff. He leads Andreas Harrison by 2 legs to 0.
No score.
They must have been seeing something on the practice board to even have the faith in them to bring them to a lineup like this and try and compete. So be a positive thing for him to end the day on a high, get another victory on the board, and maybe reinstall some belief in the Tungsten going into day 2. I suppose that's the beauty of Group A being a 3-day group. You don't really get yourself out of it on day 1 when it's as competitive as it is this week.
Well, Harrison's making moves in this particular leg. Duff eventually off the board. He has had a couple of ropey legs in terms
120.
of kicking off with a double.
$85.
Final game of the session.
100. Andre should require 140.
Harrison looking at 140 to extend it. And will leave himself tops after 12. What a leg this is from Andreas.
$140. Andre should require 40.
It's double top. It's a break back. It's a 13 darter.
Harrison.
Impressive from Andreas. Back to 2-1.
Full flag gets Andreas to throw first. Game on. No score.
And in one dart, Neil Duff wrestles that advantage, a throw straight off Andreas Harrison. Desperation time now for Dirty Harrison. Great dart. Great darts.
120. $100. $41. $140.
Well, Duffy is looking to close this contest out now. Andreas Harrison had that burst in the previous leg on the Duff throw, but it looks like the inaugural WDF Lakeside champion is on the cusp of
40.
Winning his final game. It would mean that, as Matt rightly alluded to,
94.
there'd be 3 players on 6 and 3 players on 4 at the end of the first day's play. Is this going to be a blockbuster way to finish? The 160 doesn't go.
85. $140. Neil, you're required 75.
$66 left. So 16 and bull. Bullseye to end the day in style. Leonard Gates found it earlier, but Neil Duff can't there.
46.
I'll be disappointed there from 4 darts at 80. He's only ended up with a dart at the ball. All got a bit messy there, and Andreas Harrison could step in for a pinch.
26. Neil, you're required 25.
Well, this could, and this should be it. 88 for Neil Duff. 88 found.
Shot on the match. Neil Duff.
And after the first day's play, it's fair to say we're none the wiser. 3 players are going to end on 6, 3 players are going to end on 4. And for Neil Duff, he finishes off his session with a victory against Andreas Harrison. 2 combatants that have become good friends during their stints here at the Super Series, but it's Neil Duff that has won that particular renewal by 3 legs to 1 against Andreas Harrison. For Harrison, well, he found a bit of a purple patch towards the middle of the session, but he wasn't able to back it up towards the end of the day. 6 points from 3 consecutive victories for him. But it is Leonard Gates who found the real purple patch of the opening day. He lost his first couple of games and he was bottom of the table following the first 2 rounds worth of fixtures. And there really was a real concern for him. But 3 great performances towards the line, including averages of 101 and 98, sees him top the group. Andreas Harrison, as I mentioned, in second. Robert Thornton, the defending champion, the other player, on 6 points following the first day's play, whilst Whitlock, Beaton and Duff all have work to do on 4 points. Myself and Matthew Edgar are going to make the short trip from the commentary box over to the studio in a few moments' time for full reaction and analysis to the first day's play here at Double Trouble 3.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where this is what's happened on Monday at Double Trouble 3. We expect it to be a tightly contested and a tightly run thing, and that is exactly what has happened today. There's no clear leader following the end of Monday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and as you can see, Leonard Gates, Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton all on 6 points. Simon Whitlock, Steve Beaton and Neil Duff all on 4, and all very tightly packed as well when you have a look at the leg difference part of the table as well. Well, it's been a really intriguing first day's worth of action here at Double Trouble 3, and we've been watching it all in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. Before we talk about players individually, I just want to get your overall synopsis and assessment to the first day of this tournament as a whole.
Everything we thought it would be, really, isn't it? We thought it'd be tight, we thought it'd be contested, we didn't think anyone would run away with it. And that table we've just taken a look at just tells you everything you need to know. 2 points separating the lot. Anyone who can find a good string of results here is going to sort of run away with this group. But I don't think anyone's going to be able to do that because every single game could be a Champions Week final.
Does that feel like the story of the week, or what should be the story of the week potentially?
It will be the story of the week. All these groups are going to be tightly contested. In a group like this, or groups like this, because we're going to have the same with Group B and with Group C, there's going to be a lot coming down to leg difference. No one's going to run away with this on points in any of these groups. So winning by legs could be vital, certainly when there's not as many legs out there to play for with this shortened format.
Leonard Gates top of the table overnight. Lost his first couple, but it feels like the day can be stemmed down to one decision that he made, and that was moving to double 14 to kickstart legs. And from that point onwards, he was an immovable force.
Well, he said up here, didn't he? He almost got fed up of losing and he wanted something different. He wanted to change something, change the way in. And I get the logic. I said at the start of the day that the best place to play is that double 11, double 14 combination because it's a good way to get in. But again, Leonard, even in his own assessment, said it don't give you as many points, which I get, but on the same aspect, if you're not going to be going with top 17s or ball, you're not going to be able to go out in 9 darts anyway. You're going to need that fourth visit as a maximum sort of shot. So I don't think there's too much difference in losing 4 points there from, say, a double 16.
And then in terms of the way that he played in the middle of the session, he had the 1-2-9 to finish. That was absolutely exceptional. But the back-to-back performances, the 101 and the 98, that was sublime.
And it only dropped off at the back end of that match where he averaged a 98 as well. Majority of that game, Leonard Gates was running over the 100 average, which for double start, double finish, and to say there was a gap in between the games, that was a sustained level of performance for quite some time. And I think he's got to grips with it now. My only reservation would potentially be, was that once the day got going? Does he need that time at the start of the day? We'll find out the answer to that tomorrow, but he's certainly going into it in form.
Elsewhere, Andreas Harrison had a real purple patch, didn't he, in the middle of that session, 6.79.
Yeah, I think Andreas Harrison's probably going to... If you go away and try and pick out the positives, Andreas Harrison's going to be able to do that. He's going to find plenty of positives. Good finishing, good scoring, enough points to keep himself well and truly in contention for winning this group. However, he'll also feel there's more missed opportunities and there was more out there. I think that's the thing everyone's going to do. They're going to look at today, and it depends how you assess it. If you're a positive person, you can pick out the positives. There's plenty to work with there. However, it'll be very, very easy also to think there's something left out there, because I think everyone's going to feel that way.
In terms of Robert Thornton, the start he made was absolutely exemplary today. He won his first couple, but considering what we were talking about at the beginning of the programme in terms of his form leading up to this tournament, will he be pleased with the 6 points he's got today overall?
I mean, let's not tell no lies. Let's not hide no secrets here. When we was doing our assessment at the start of the day, we said there's a potential here. Robert Thornton could lose all 5. That was a genuine possibility, depending on the form, because we know Robert gets on his own back. We know that he sort of berates himself, and it doesn't always produce best starts when that happens, starts pulling darts low. We saw darts go low in that opening game, and had he lost that first game, had he not performed, it would have lingered into 2, which had got worse in 3 and got worse in 4. It snowballs. And with the quality of the lineup that we've got here, it could very quickly and very easily have gone wrong for Robert Thornton. He will be delighted with 6 points. He's competitive.
What's it about this format, the double in, double out, that you think just clicks with Robert?
It's just different. Break the patterns, break the cycles, because that's all it is. We do cycles, we do patterns, we have routines, and a lot of the time it's all you're doing. You're just going through routines, and then when you're not playing well, you sort of go through the motions of the routines. Whereas with this double start format, it's different. It gets you thinking. It breaks that mentality. It's a totally different mindset to it. It's a different game altogether, and Robert Thornton really does relish it.
Simon Whitlock on 4 points. Would it be fair to say that he never really looked settled throughout any point in that session?
That's very fair. I mean, he played very well in that last game, didn't he, against Robert Thornton? He turned that one around from 2-0 down, ended it with a nice tumblers check out, started getting some success on that double 16. But I don't think we've seen the best from Simon Whitlock, and I don't think we've seen the best from Simon Whitlock since the mid part of last year. From the moment where it went, hang on a minute, Simon Whitlock's going to get drawn into a tour cards battle here if he doesn't start getting results soon. From that point, we've sort of seen him struggle. And I thought coming off the tour, I thought maybe he'll be one of those that bounce straight back on it. Maybe he'll do well at Q School, the Challenge Tour. Maybe he'll do well on the seniors. And one by one, he's ticking off all these places where people thought he was going to find a lot of success. Now he's got the Super Series. Can he succeed at the Super Series? This week's different. This week's tough, but we've seen him in the Standard week and not get through it as well. And Simon Whitlock's the sort of person where success is only defined by Saturday nights winning trophies.
So is it fair to say that he's at a little bit of a crossroads at this present moment in time, Simon?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Simon Whitlock's not someone who will find success in reaching a semi-final, reaching a Saturday, winning a Group A, winning a Group B. The only way Simon Whitlock considers this a success is if he's on there Saturday night hoisting up a trophy, because that's what he'll expect of himself when he comes off sort of the elite level. And I think that's what everyone else sort of expected as well. It's just taking a little bit of time to adjust, and surprising because he's a player you wouldn't think needs to adjust. 2 World Championship finals in 2 different codes, World Cup winner, European Championship winner, professional for many, many years. So something just a bit amiss, and we're seeing tinkering in the equipment as well, which is probably a concerning sign.
In terms of Steve Beaton, there was glimpses of stuff today, but never could string it together on a consistent basis.
Favourite who didn't really play like a favourite, did he? I mean, we've mentioned a few times today, and I'll continue to do so this week, that Steve Beaton is here by choice. He's not here because his time ran out with the PDC. He's not here because he dropped off. He's here because he chose to come off that tour. So if he wanted to, he would be on the Pro Tour this year. It's a personal choice not to be. So with that in mind, we expect, again, him to come in and win trophies. Now, the problem you've got is that's the narrative will spin for most of the players in this group, and only one of them can do it. So that's probably why we're in this mode where everyone we're going through and doing the assessment for, we feel like there's a little bit more that could be there, because we sort of assign them with weekly titles, with wins, and there can only be one.
Then finally, Neil Duff, how would you assess his day?
He won't be happy. He won't be happy. We've seen him change. We've seen him tinker. He's used his new darts, his old darts, his new ones again. At least he got a win at the end there. Something to be positive about. Kept him in the running. Kept him, just a couple of points off the top in the table. He knows this format through and through. He's not going to be bothered or worried about that. The only thing he'll be worried about is how he feels about things right now. And there were signs there that he's not enjoying his week so far. But it's only day one.
Who do you think will be going to bed tonight most pleased?
No one. No one. This is a group of winners. This is a group of people that are used to being top of the table, and there's nothing to separate them out. Leonard Gates will probably, if you think about it, be delighted. In fact, he lost his first 2 games, and he's ending top of the table. Not a scenario you tend to see too often, but I think everyone will feel there was a little bit more there today, and maybe that's just the full respect of how quality this group really is.
Just very quickly, because we haven't got long left, what do you expect to see tomorrow?
Exactly the same.
Well, that was short. That was sweet. Matt?
You said quick?
Well, you did say quick. Matt, always a pleasure to be in your company. Thank you so much today, and we shall do it again tomorrow. Hopefully the answers will be a little bit longer. Thank you so much for your company as well here on day one of Double Trouble Free. Plenty coming up across the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series sees Phil Taylor talk about his career, all the highs, and there were plenty of them, and all the lows from across a career which spanned in excess of 30 years. That's coming up next here on Pluto TV. It's a double bill of the Tungsten Talk series because Glenn Dummett's going to be in conversation next. The 3-time Lakeside champion, the former Premier League winner, will be talking about the highs and lows, the success, and then, of course, the way his professional career ending, and plenty of other documentaries and classic matches through the Super Series archive available via Pluto TV on the 24-hour dedicated channel. So that is it for us here. We're going to be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning to see how Group A is going to continue. But as far as today is concerned, it was all about Leonard Gates. He lost his first 2, won his last 3. He was blistering at times. The soldier marches on. We shall see you tomorrow.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty